democratic lobby. He's informative in a world where all is at stake.
This is
but
crazy.
None of that matters, cause it's the top of the hour break.
God
Okay, dude,
damn. That was wild. That's a new intro. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a new intro from Nyla Fox called the HasnAbi song. What an incredible intro. That was shocking to me. Sometimes I like to choose like a random intro from the list, or Lil Bear will update the list with like a new intro or whatever. And god damn, that was crazy. That shit slapped. Okay, what a banger. What a banger. Kino, cinema. HasnAbi girlies are having a year and a half. I mean, it's been crazy. Folks, why? I'm Hasan Piker. This is the HasnAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, all the girls, and all the MBs are having a fantastic moment, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday, December 18th, 2024. Couple days remaining in 2024, folks. We're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Because today's a beautiful day. Today's a fantastic day. Today's a wonderful day. And god damn, that song was amazing. What a way to start the day. Holy moly. Hold on, everybody. I have to order my mom some stuff because she is recovering. She wanted baby powder and stuff. So I'm doing that right now, being a good son. But folks, this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan. HasnAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. This one is for all the parasocialists out there who want to know what is going on in your world, Hasan. I need to know what you've done. What you've done when you weren't live. I need to know. I need to live every waking moment, every hour with you. So that's precisely what I'm going to do. I ended the broadcast last night and I got Kaya ready. What did I get Kaya ready for? For her spaying surgery. She was supposed to get spayed today. Now, if she was getting spayed right now, she'd be getting spayed at this very moment. She wouldn't be here. And there's a reason for that, and I will get to it. It was a very annoying morning for me, but it's okay. My mom has also, my mom is recovering from her knee surgery. She's the bionic woman now. She went and got a knee surgery at some Methodist hospital. Apparently they prayed for her afterwards. It was cool. My dad thought that was really funny. But she's currently recovering. Name 5 Def Leppard songs. I will never be able to name a single Def Leppard song. This is Will's t-shirt that he left over at my house, and I wear it now because I think it's cool. I like the colors and I like the graphic. I do not know a single damn thing about Def Leppard. Don't even start. Haas, is that Coke or coffee? Anyone that knows me knows that I do not drink Coca-Cola with ice. I prefer it cooled. You know this. This is cold brew. But also, what kind of dumb shit is that? Imagine chat's like, nah, you're drinking Coke, dude. You're drinking Coke. There's a lot of people in the chat that want to be the woke of the day, it seems. Let me tell you, I don't like it. This is not something you want to repeat. I have not drank a sip of Diet Coke, like Coke at all, since BDS. And it's like, it's kind of wild how I was able to, I mean, I guess I just like substituted it to other sodas, and I have a shit ton of sodas anyway. But yeah, I have not touched that in a minute now. But yeah, I'm ordering my mom like stuff that she needs post-surgery, because she seemingly is not able to walk around yet. So anyway, folks. All right, ordered that, and we're good. So, end of the broadcast last night. Got Kaya prepped, rested, and ready to do her surgery this morning. I was supposed to do the surgery this morning. It was like a last second. There was a last second availability to get Kaya to get this spaying surgery, and she's gonna get this gastroplex, I think it's what it's called. It's like a gastric surgery as well. She's a big girl. Big girls, big dogs in general, and horses in general sometimes get this necessary surgery when they get sliced up, where they will take they'll staple gastropexy. Yeah, they'll take her stomach and staple it basically to the side of her belly so that it doesn't flip, because apparently big dogs sometimes have the tendency to have their stomach flip and then they die. So yeah, it's a necessary surgery for big animals in general. Yeah, it's called bloat. So anyway, once she's under, they were like, let's pack that up too. Let's snip that up as well. You know, let's spay her and let's do that as well. So I was like, perfect. And then I got a bunch of, my mom had ordered a bunch of stuff. She ordered like a grabber, you know, so she can pick stuff in the distance without being able to walk. And basically I got the grabber and a whole bunch of stuff from my house, brought it over to them. Hung out with the whole family. Grandma's there, grandpa's there, you know, we're all chilling. Hung out a little bit, ate poorly as always, because that's just the way it is with the family. My dad had lahmacun that he had picked up from one of these random stores. It was ass, by the way. It wasn't very good. And then I was like, all right, guys, I gotta go. I went to sleep early because I had to wake up early. And there's a bunch of drugs that you're supposed to give her. There's like anti-nausea medication. There's like gabapentin or whatever it's called. Like there's the oxy for dogs that you got to give her ahead of time. She's not allowed to eat because they're going to be operating on her stomach and stuff. So I'm getting ready. Gabapentin. Thank you. I'm getting ready in the morning. I'm getting her ready to, do this surgery, and I'm already worried about it a little bit. Yeah, Perkies, dog Perkies. So I get a call randomly from the vet, and they're like, hey, by the way, I don't know who did this. We're so sorry, but your dog can't get surgery today. I was like, the fuck? Well, I prepped her. I gave her all the drugs and stuff. Like, what are you doing? And they're like, oops, sorry. Maybe we can do it tomorrow. And then they were like, let me call the vet real quick and then I'll get back to you. And at that point, I'm like, all right, surgery fucking canceled, right? So I gave her food because I'm like, my bitch is starving. That's a big old bitch. She needs her food. You know what I mean? So I was like, all right, fuck it. I'll just give her food for the day. They call me back an hour later. They're like, hey, by the way, if you bring your if you drop her off today, she can get the surgery done. And I was like, well, I gave her food. And then they're like, all right. 20 minutes later, they're like, oh, we got to check back with the vet to see if they're down to do it. I'm like, okay, sure. 20 minutes passed. They're like, okay, we lied. We can't actually do this surgery today because she ate. I'm like, oh my God. All right, whatever. Fine. Can I do it tomorrow? They're like, sure. Call back again an hour later. Finally, we got it down. They're going to do it on Monday, hopefully. Okay. And I'm worried because I don't want her to get on her period again, because if she goes through the heat cycle again, she is not going to be able to get spayed for like 2 to 3 months. And it's really annoying because, and the reason why she can't get spayed for 2 to 3 months is because when she goes through her heat cycle, it's not normal. She gets it like once every 6 months, but when she does, it's not just a month long. She literally will then get pseudo pregnant every time. She thinks she's pregnant for like 2 months afterwards, and it's like, oh. And she's lactating. It's just like a whole ordeal. So I'm just trying to get this snipped up and done before, you know what I mean? My poor baby, my poor child. So it's lame. I worked in vet med. This happens a lot. It's because the reception is fucked up. Workers and other customers being a bitch. It sucks, but it happens a lot. Yeah. I will argue why not to spay. It will win me woke of the day. No, you will not. People will destroy you. If you were to ever advocate to not spay your dog, literally every like animal welfare advocate in the chat will find your home address and kill you. Okay? People have been yelling at me over not getting Kaya spayed, despite the fact that it was my veterinarian that my vet told me not to get her spayed. You know what I mean? Until later, so that she could develop fully. My veteran. Not true at all. I think it's ridiculous to remove organs unless there's a reason. Yeah, the reason is called not getting accidentally pregante. You know? There's also ovarian cancer, and that too. That also factors into it. Anyway. Was Fish a pit bull? I have a pit bull with crazy skin allergies we can't seem to fix. Yes, Fish was a pit bull, and the only thing that he had allergies towards was salmon. He couldn't eat fish products. So as long as I never gave him fish products, ironically enough, I don't know how that worked out, but as long as I never gave him fish, like seafood, he was fine. Does Kaya howl like crazy in heat? No. When she gets into heat, she gets like really lovey-dovey for the first like 2 weeks. She will like come up to me. She pisses more frequently. She comes up to me and is like very loving. And then the last 2 weeks, she's like a menace. She goes from either bullying dogs to never be around her to bullying dogs to try to get them to fuck her, I think. Like, I don't really understand it. It's just like the targets don't change, or the targets kind of change a little bit. She will either hate like female dogs and being around female dogs, or she will hate being around male dogs. And once the targets substitute, it's like she'll be like, she'll bully dogs to like try and get them to hump her. And it's annoying. She's a menace. The last 2 weeks of her heat cycle, she's a fucking menace. Also, pets in heat suffer if they're not getting neutered or spayed. It can end up aggressive male, or they think they can feel like they're pregnant and they have to do the intimate stuff 2 times a year. It's important to get them spayed, neutered. Yeah. So all of that stuff is the reason why it's good. Do you need someone to kiss your shins better? Yeah. So is that Riz? Yeah, it's unethical. But she is really big, so it might actually be early for her to get spayed. But if she gets false pregnancy, it should be done now. First of all, she's really big, but it's fine. The 2-year marker is like the perfect time for large dogs to get spayed. It doesn't have to be longer than that. Anyway, so that's one thing. But yeah, I couldn't get her spayed today, so I went and I worked out. And let me tell you, I had a pretty solid workout this morning. Okay, we did deadlifts today, which was pretty crazy. All right, here, first of all, look how zooted she was. Look how incredibly zooted she was. Look at this.
Because I'm supposed to take her to get spayed, and the vet tells me I can't get her spayed today. They reschedule it. They were wrong to schedule it at this time. So now she's just on drugs and fucked up. Gaia.
Look at that dumbass face. This morning she literally was just like, Yeah. So she was zooted this morning. Also, Speaking of being zooted this morning, I fucking went way too hard. I went way too hard. My shins were bleeding. Since I did the deadlifts with Bradley, I've like ripped apart my shins and I reopened those scars. I reopened those scars again. Today when I was also deadlifting again, and I'll give you a little sneak preview of that madness right there. A little 405 action.
My fucking hands, I'm not strong enough.
So the problem here is bad form, all back, bro. Terrible form. Wait, what? Why? No, it's not. What are you talking about? My hands are not strong enough. Like, I need to do grip shit. Have you tried narrowing your stance like Bradley mentioned? No, I can't narrow my stance. Don't get rhabdo, brother. That shit sucks. Okay, y'all are rhabdo? I'm a 225 pound, 6'4" man who's 33 years old, who's literally putting up 405 for 5. Okay? If you think that I'll get rhabdo from this, you're out of your goddamn mind. Like, I'm not doing anything that's that severe. I'm not working out that hard, man. This is like pretty basic shit. I think hand wraps are probably good here. You should never ever be doing split grip. You got to do double overhand with strips. Don't want to risk pulling a bicep muscle. Yeah, but split grips are pretty. Split grips have been very comfy for me. I'm gonna be honest. I love that. I love the mixed grip. Careful, bro. You might get ligma going that hard. I do need straps, I think. I haven't like strapped up in a minute. I used to strap back in the day, but I already buckle up. So then it's like, ugh, I buckle, I strap. You know, I want to be like those guys. I want to be like those guys that's just like hitting everything raw. You know what I mean? Wraps are fine as long as you don't depend too much, but should definitely be used for heavy deads. Like right now, if I strapped up, if I did the wrist wraps, I could hit this for 8. Like I know I could hit this for 8. Because the thing is, this weight is not that heavy. The problem is my grip strength is not strong enough. If you hit it raw, you never get as heavy as you can, man. Yeah. Anyway, and then here, look at the striations. I posted this exclusively for the striations. This is craziness, okay? I'm doing 80 pound chest flies here. But look at my shoulder striations. Like, it's crazy. That's why I posted this straight up. But yeah, I hit so folks, I was not able to hit 225 today for bench press. I hit I just went for a lot of volume today. Even on the deadlifts, like on my top set I did 405 for 5, but leading up to it I was hitting it for 8 over and over and over and over again. Don't you strengthen your grip every night? That's true. How many pounds deadlift in your body weight at the time? The deadlift was, I think, like 410. Like, it wasn't 405. It was a little bit over 405, but it doesn't matter. It's basically 405 for 5. Could definitely have done more, like had a couple more reps in me, but my grip strength gave out. And I am, as of today, I'm finally under 230 again. I'm 229. So that's good. I'm not 225, but I'm trying to hit 225 again before before the Fed cuts the rates again today. Fed cut rates again today. Have you covered this one yet today? Okay, we'll cover that. Also, I tried 2 different fits, and I feel like you got this, and then you got this, and I think this jacket is better, so I'm wearing that today. That's the fit pick of the day. We did 2 fit picks of the day today. Other than that, not much else going on. Tommy in it complimented your fitness journey in this new video.
Learn basic Photoshop.
What?
Hasan has been in fitness training and this week released some pictures showing off his new body. Hasan, I am newly single and willing to experiment.
What
My
the
DMs
fuck? Yo, what is this, John Oliver, dude? What is this John Oliver shit? Someone said Gary Hasan. How dare you? Tommy told me, Tommy in it. Tommy in it. Tommy in it. How dare you? What a moment to raid in on the majority report. Hope you had a good stream. Majority report. Sam Cedar say he may be coming to LA in January to do a Jubilee vid. I know he hit me up, but I'm not gonna be here. I'm gonna try to get him to come before he actually does the Jubilee vid because he's literally gonna be here while I'm not here. Because I'm going to be in what do you call it? What the fuck is this? Governor of California declares state of emergency over bird flu statement. What the fuck is this shit? I don't know what this is. Stop. When is the Oxford interview out? We'll see. Not sure. But as I was saying, I'll be in the Japans. Also, Jason the Ween has officially announced the 20v1 Friday 5 p.m. PST. You will get to see my autistic Riz come out in broad daylight as I'm in the ear of Jason the Ween as he rizzes up 20 girls and I'm in his ear telling him what to say and what not to do. So we'll see. But we got a lot of news to cover today. We got Matt Gaetz, Pedogate Gate. So we got a lot of stuff to talk about, okay? Let's get started. Let me blast off real quick. Matt Gaetz, ethics investigation to be released. UHC CEO shooter gets terrorism charges. Madison, Wisconsin school shooter motives revealed. What else was I gonna do? When you said Maya is pregnant with Jason the Ween's kid, was that for real or a joke? I'm too autistic. I'm sorry. Yeah, it was a joke, man. That's crazy. You're crazy. You're crazy. You're crazy for this one. The NDA just passed the Senate 85-14, including the ban on trans healthcare. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that as well. Never milkers rise up. You always have 6 shirts. Thank you. What else was I gonna talk about, man? God damn it. Christmas IRL idea, only half joking. Yeah, no, I have a IRL Christmas idea that I am trying to get put together. I am going to have 1 Valkyrie and 2 hopefully QT Cinderella, where I will go Christmas shopping with them this weekend, and we will get like ornaments and things like that, and then we will make this into a Christmas wonderland. This studio. We will finally turn into. Now, I should have done that like a month ago, but hey, Hasan, I love your content, but please get off your phone during Fear End. It's really annoying. That's crazy. Dude, half the time I'm literally looking up things to talk about. And secondly, there's 3 other hosts on the pod. How about you know, I'm either booking stuff or I'm actually on my phone looking at new things that we are going to be covering. You don't tell an eagle not to fly? Thank you. That's so funny. There's 3 other whole ass guests on that podcast, man. You can focus on them. Chatters are baiting for woke of the day. I know, we should have never done this woke of the day shit. Now it's like people are being annoying. What is this?
Would you ever do a stream again with Hasan? I would love to see you guys make baklava. I will never do a stream with Hasan.
What? What the fuck? What is... Oh my God. Hold on. Let me blast off real quick and then we'll get to it. What is happening? There's too much going on. Why? Okay, Maggie's investigation. New York calls the shooter terrorist. Madison, Wisconsin shooter manifesto intentions. That's enough for now. The clip with everyone on their phone while Austin was talking was funny, though. I don't remember that clip, but that could happen at any given moment on the podcast. Yeah, woke of the day should be... someone said woke of the day should be done with a 1-week ban so that people don't try to compete for it. In an effort to make sure that people are not like abusing it and trying to get that position. And I agree with that because honestly, I don't like woke of the day. You know, it's a funny way to like. Do Cutie and Ray know you want to do the stream? Or are you going to wait till last minute to tell them? No, I have told them already. I've asked them already. I'm new to the community. When do you usually start rivals? Okay, shut the fuck up, chatter. What is this? Hasan not autistic piker. Okay, everybody calm down. Give me a blast off meme, please. Stop sending me other links. Okay, we need to blast off. Do you have a blast off meme or not? Do you have a blast off meme or not? I don't even know what this is, but I'll just use it. Fuck it. I'm desperate. All right, boom. Let's do it. Get in now. Get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. Whatever. He's not autistic. He's eccentric. Thank you. That's what I think. Just you and Austin arguing over trains and planes. Yeah. Here, what are these freaking TikToks that you sent me that you want me to react to? Here, Austin show on Fear and when he says something slightly problematic and then tries to correct himself, but inevitably just makes it worse.
They use they them pronouns.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. My bad. No. I support non-binary people. You know, non-binary T is valid. You know, I support the non-binary community. I think they're so brave with everything they're doing. You know, I've played Stardew Valley before. You know, I could name at least 10 Steven Universe characters off the top of my head. You know, I love Demi Lovato. You know, that's Monarch. And I'm pretty sure the barista who makes my cold brew at Starbucks is non-binary as well. So, you know, I support non-binary people. I support all the people named, you know, Rock and Moss and Sock. You know, I support non-binary people. I truly do. How come they're fidgeting around so much?
Oh, they have ADHD.
Oh, no. My bad. No, I support ADHD. I support people with ADHD. I support the ADHD community. You know, I think that is so brave and so powerful and incredible that what they're doing, you know, and personally, you know, I love watching those TikToks, you know, where it's like a split screen and on one half, you know, it's somebody playing, you know, Subway Surfers or somebody, you know, cutting slime or sand, and on the other half it's clips of Family Guy or some other TV show. You know, I support people.
Okay, this doesn't have to be 2 minutes long, but it's funny. It's a funny clip. It was so hilarious when Austin was like talking about his non-binary Uber driver. And literally was like, I love that they are them. That was a banger. he has the best. Look at me. Anytime HasnAbi brings Austin's show on the stream, look at this. We get it. We get it, dog. You got a wife, okay? Fucking stop flexing. Stop flexing. Austin's getting a lot of play on TikTok. He's gonna love this. Stop flexing that you have a wife, dude. We get it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, look at me. I'm a fucking wife guy. That's crazy because that's me shitting on wife-ophonics. And now it's turned into it's turned into an audio in and of itself. Megaphonics constantly sneaks in that he has a wife. Like recently, anytime Megaphonics wants to say something, he'll be like, oh, that's crazy. That video is so old that, like, you know, I didn't even have a wife at that point, and now I have a wife. Oh, that's crazy. The last time you covered a mass shooting, I didn't have a wife, but I have a wife now. When you're covering this mass shooting, it hits different. It's like, how is this even relevant? Why are you bringing up that you have a wife? Damn, that's crazy. I love having a wife. It's just like, I relate to this experience because I have a wife. Big wife guy moves in the chat. Classic wife guy. You wouldn't get it, Maidenless? All right. What is this? Hasan Not Autistic
And
Piker?
then I got you the Pikachu and Eevee winter hat.
Pikachu Eevee best friendship winter hat.
Look at that.
Wow.
Oh my God, that's cute. Oh, it's so cute.
Oh,
yeah.
look at him. He's fitted.
And then those are little gloves and socks.
Those will
Pikachu
not
and
fit
Eevee
his
gloves
big-ass
and
hands.
Pikachu and Eevee
God.
socks. Okay, I don't understand why people, I still don't understand why people, why this went viral. Like, why does this have 88,000 likes? What does this have to do with autism? Is that autistic? Oh, I didn't realize loving gifts from your besties was an autistic trait. I don't understand it. Everyone sounds like they're gentle parenting a toddler as he opens his gifts with the toddler's a 6'3" grown man. I'm 6'4". Anyway, it's your monotone reading of the tag name. All right, anyway. Yeah, this is the blast off meme. Do you remember this Austin classic? He hasn't changed when he crashed at the wrong time.
Contract opposition. They're cooperating with the union leaders and the other building trades like Monty Anderson. Why are you clapping for that?
That's a good thing, right?
Okay. No, dude, they're cooperating with other union leadership
That's good.
in other trades to squash
Oh,
the...
shit. I clapped at the wrong moment of the letter. I'm sorry.
Dude, Austin, anytime we do a P.O. box, anytime we do a ban appeal, Austin is going to find, I think he's been destroyed by these like many clips like this that he is so careful. Remember that time when it was like me, Austin, Pokimane, Tubbo, we were doing ban appeals and Austin was like defending this chatter who was just like a straight up neo-Nazi and he didn't realize it. Do you still have that apron? Stand back. Hasan is cooking. Yes. Every single thing that, dude, this jacket that I'm wearing, this is, what's the brand? I have Vivian Westwood. This jacket that I'm currently wearing is literally sent to me in a P.O. box. Like, every single thing that you guys have sent me in my P.O. box, I have kept. Okay? Yeah, it was Jinsui that gave it to me. And I couldn't even wear it originally because it was too small on me, and now it fits perfectly because I've lost all the weight. Now I'm a skinny mini. Unc, when are you reopening the PO box? Next year. I know I said I was going to reopen the PO box this year. It was in it was in my announcements for the year, in my predictions, and in my goals for the year. I hit a lot of my goals for the year, but I'm going to hit some more this upcoming year. And reopening the PO box is one of those, okay? All right. Enough Austin clips. All right. Let's get into it. We got a lot of news to cover. Like I said, here, before we get to the news here, this is another fun TikTok. The U.S. government, every time people get a little too revolutionary.
Wait, please wait. If you go to New Jersey and you look up, you might see something fun. Ooh, UFOs, that's gotta pique your interest, right? We don't know what's going on there. What comes first in the little catchphrase? Is it deny or depose? I want to make sure these bullets are in the right order. Please! Fine, okay, we have an actual alien. We have an alien and we named it Tim. His name is Tim. Bleep, blur. Oh my god, y'all are real. I can't believe it. I have so many questions. Like, what's the secret to world peace? Blort, bleepity blort, blort, blorpin.
That's funny. Okay. What is this? I think they figured out the New Jersey drone thing. Advanced air mobility testing corridor. Yeah. I think that my initial assessment being that there's probably a bunch of like defense contractors and whatnot testing out their drones, which is freaking people out. But then that freak out has caused mass panic and collective psychosis where people literally think every plane or even stars or even helicopters, any number of different reasons. It turns out that there is, there is full-throated panic on there, and it's most likely not aliens, and it's most likely not fucking Iranian mothership shit. So, this one motherfucker at work was telling me he read on 4chan that drones are flying over New Jersey because the International Space Station is broken in half and hurling towards Earth. 4chan? You said 4chan. Also, how the fuck do you have... Bro, I don't understand when people are like, yeah, my coworker's on 4chan. That's an insane thing, bro. Your coworker's not supposed to be on 4chan. That's not coworker information. Coworker memes are like Hawk Tua. Okay? You say that Hawk Tua girl, she's fine. I heard she's got a cryptocurrency. I'm gonna buy it. Like that's what coworker memes are. Coworker memes aren't like esoteric Nazi platforms. You know what I mean? That's shocking. Working in tech, bruh. God damn, dude. They need to fucking lobotomize your coworker. Yeah, Joe Rogan is coworker memes, okay? You don't live in the real world. You can pay attention to both. What? Brother, I'm willing to bet if you were to talk to like 90,000 randomly selected coworkers, you are going to find at most 1,000 people that know what 4chan is, or no, let's say have ever been on 4chan, okay? That is insane to act like, again, the bus driver test, okay? It is, if you went up to a bus driver and you were like, hey, are you familiar with an anonymous website where people can just post whatever the fuck they want? And oftentimes there is this political sector on the anonymous website where everyone posts like every slur that they've ever seen, and oftentimes will, dox random people and try to get the police to go to their house and kill them. And also, they are all neo-Nazis. Like the bus driver would be like, I don't know why you know this. I don't know why you're telling me this. Please get out of my bus. Mine know what 4chan is. It will all agree that it's batshit insane. Yeah. My fellow 33-year-old extremely online buddy is also a college professor whose Gen Z students lost their minds when he stopped one kid from interrupting another clip by saying, hold up, let him cook. See, that's cute. That's funny. That's like, that makes sense. Okay. Like, coworkers know who Andrew Tate is. That's definitely a coworker. Coworkers know Joseph Robinette Rogan, right? That's coworker shit. Yeah. All right. Anyway, let's move on from the coworker shit to Gail. Man, I have them in every end of the spectrum. We have the 4chan Infowars nuts conspiracy theorist dude and the guy who literally joneses about Hawk Rush almost every day and thinks is so funny. I work in a specific industry. He was so crazy that he argued that Cutie should just get over it and said she was asking for it. One day in a conversation, I lost my fucking mind on him. He quit a month later for a job at the FBI and failed his clearest investigation and is now jobless. Huh. Yeah, I think I know what specific industry you work in, by the way, chatter. In any case, it's fine. But yeah, that person needs to, of course he failed the security clearance, dude. He needs to have his hard drive checked. That person, that they were going to use him to manage the FBI's trove of CSAM. He should have been applying specifically for that role. He would have been great at that. He would have been like, listen, guys, I brought my own CSAM. What do you mean? I thought it was, I was just getting ahead of it. New Luigi favorability numbers. Yeah, Luigi, 18 to 29-year-olds at a +9 favorability. 30 to 44-year-olds at a -1 favorability. 45 to 64-year-olds is 35 from YouGov. Hasan, have you dived into the potential privatization of USPS and DeJoy getting grilled by Congress yet? A little bit. I briefly talked about it. But there is, by the way, your coworkers are not going to know what fucking 4chan is. But having said that, your coworkers will, on the other hand, your coworkers might not know what 4chan is, but your coworkers are going to know what, TikTok is. And there's a shit ton of 4chanification happening on TikTok. They're going to know what TikTok is. They're going to know 4chan memes from TikTok in general. That is the unfortunate reality. Okay? I work in politics. All my coworkers know what 4chan is, unfortunately. I mean, that makes sense. TikTok will be banned soon. I doubt it. I think Trump is going to save TikTok because he's my goat.
New charges in the murder of the United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. A Manhattan grand jury has indicted 26-year-old Luigi Mangione of first-degree murder as an act of terrorism. He may be extradited to New York as soon as tomorrow. Lilia Luciano has the latest on this story.
Luigi Mangione is facing 11 charges in New York in connection with the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson 2 weeks ago. Among them, first-degree murder in furtherance of terrorism.
Could you describe just how rare it is for your office to charge with first-degree murder?
They are reserved for, the most abhorrent conduct, killing a police officer, serial killing, and the terrorism is one subsection of that.
Ricky Kleeman is a criminal defense attorney.
This charge of murder in the first degree under these circumstances as an act of terrorism is highly unusual. What you have is an action that is designed to coerce and intimidate the civilian population.
Mangione was arrested at a McDonald's in Altoona, Pennsylvania last Monday. Police there say he had a ghost gun that New York investigators claim matches shell casings found at the crime scene. Mangione is being represented by high-profile prosecutor turned defense attorney Karen Friedman Agnifilo. Before she was representing Mangione, Agnifilo discussed a potential defense strategy.
It looks to me like there might be a not guilty by reason of insanity defense that they're going to be thinking about, because the evidence is going to be so overwhelming that he did what he did.
Do you see insanity as a wise defense?
The only viable defense in this case is an insanity defense.
And Mangione is due back in court in Pennsylvania for a hearing about the extra.
That's crazy. One might say that was the most sane. I can tell you that poll seems anecdotally correct for me. For the 35 to 40 plus, about half the people I work with are horrified and want to be on the jury, but the other half are giving looks like I would vote to acquit Lamau. I told you, man, there's a real crisis in this country. People, especially liberals, who still get their notes from mainstream press, are so malleable. Like, they're shockingly malleable. They're shockingly persuadable. Like, they'll have their own perspective on this immediately. They'll be like, yeah, I don't really give a shit about this. Okay? I don't really give a shit about this, to be honest. Who cares? Like, these guys have fucked me over or whatever. And then a week's worth of people just going, don't do this. This is really bad. You should feel angry about, the chaos. And immediately they snap back to the fucking sheep-like mentality that they have. And it's, I think especially, it's liberals especially. Like, conservatives do this too, for sure. But I totally get how liberals have like snapped into this like idea that, Luigi Mangione is no hero. He is a bad guy. Fox News is already blasting that nonstop. It's like it's coming from virtually every outlet with like very minimal exceptions. Like this, my stream being one of those exceptions, maybe some other like, leftist content creators and whatnot. But outside of that, every outlet has been going nutty mode in the finger wagging side of things to just make people as docile and as servile as possible. Okay? Net favorability of Luigi Mangione. At all, it's minus 23%. That's like Congress. He's still more, I feel like he's still more popular than Congress, which is kind of funny. But yeah, for the 65 plus year olds, it's like, see yourself out of this conversation, you old bitch. You already have like the closest to socialized medicine as you can get. And your understanding of the world is dramatically different than like obviously 18 to 29 year olds and the future that they see for themselves and the way things are totally fucked up for them. And it's pretty funny when boomers are just like, oh, excuse me, I don't know why anyone would get mad at a healthcare CEO. It's like, oh yeah, that's weird. As you said yesterday, if the 18 to 29s had what the 65 pluses have, the numbers might look the same. Yeah, exactly. If they had Medicare for all, they'd have a very different attitude. Right now, it's Medicare for only the fucking boomers. Yeah, Luigi Mangione is more popular than Congress, so fuck it. You feel me? Congress approval rating is at 19% and its disapproval is at 74%. Is Kai doing okay? Yeah, she's perfectly fine. She passed the fuck out. Look, she ran around all morning. Tired her ass out. Yeah, Luigi Mangione is more popular than Congress, okay? the more you are old, the more you are evil. Yeah, I don't think it's like every old person. I'm not going to say that. But a lot of the old people that responded to these polls are just truly, truly evil. Even if they're not, I think their better judgment is clouded. Whenever there's an opportunity for them to basically write something on a poll, they just go with like the absolute worst possible choice. It is what it is. But yeah, it's ironic because, Medicare also is impacted, for the record. Medicare is also severely impacted by privatization initiatives as well. We've talked about Medicare A, B, C, D. I think it was A, B, C, and D. There are privatized aspects of Medicare that also suck. And it's really interesting that these guys probably don't comprehend that because they're too old. But obviously, the broad majority of people get this coverage. So on their the ones that do get this coverage are like, why would anybody do anything about healthcare? Healthcare is great. Anyway, so, But yeah, Luigi Mangione has officially been charged with a terrorism charge, and there is a lot of analysis on the terrorism charge. In New York State, first-degree murder is exclusive to peacekeepers like, EMTs, firefighters, and cops. It's mostly just for cops. So the normal murder is considered second-degree murder in New York State, as far as I understand. But there is an additional factor here that the district attorney of Manhattan, Alvin Bragg, decided to add on to it to escalate this into a first-degree murder charge because this is a second-degree murder that was conducted to do what they consider terrorism. And this might have been a mistake. I personally think it's a twofold mistake. One, because now the main focus of this investigation, the main focus of this court case is going to be healthcare. Now, healthcare is going to be discussed. Okay. So that's number one. And number two is that given this overreach, it gives the defense attorneys more opportunities to basically pick it apart and create plausible deniability, or not plausible deniability, sorry, reasonable doubt in the eyes of the jury. So it's unnecessarily difficult. I think the prosecutors themselves has made this more difficult for themselves. So if you can prove second degree but not first degree, does he go free since that's not the charge, or am I dumb? I think that I don't know if there's a separate charge. I actually don't know. I'm sorry. You're dumb, chatter. Sorry. Wait, what? I'm dumb too. I don't know. This is a Wall Street Journal, Marketplace, Guardian writer who says, I just want to editorialize here and say that choosing this route will backfire on them. They chose terrorism so they could increase the murder charge, but what that does is bring up the ideology behind the shooting. And if they're going to try and defend healthcare insurance abuses on ideological grounds, they will absolutely create a far worse situation in public opinion that already exists. That's what I think as well. That's what I said as well. I think like putting healthcare at the forefront of this and saying like, well, this guy was like terrorizing private healthcare. Like his goal was to, scare private healthcare insurance CEOs, like for-profit healthcare insurance CEOs. In the eyes of the public, it only expands the message. I think it makes that message more resilient. Having said that, however, who knows? Boomers do have a proclivity towards law and order, snapping back into law and order narratives, and also personally getting invested in the idea that like, oh, well, this was a murder, it's bad, murder's wrong, it's bad, without ever factoring in the reality that like a healthcare CEO on any given Sunday has done egregious crimes, like far worse than the singular act of murder, even though the system itself basically makes that kind of crime invisible and normal. So, yeah. Also, on top of that, judging by the metrics of just like terrorism, like what are the things that you can point to in terms of the terrorism? Yeah, he wrote a manifesto. So there's that. That's like one piece of evidence, but every other thing that you can point to is completely outside of his control. You know what I mean? So I don't know. And it's not like he published the manifesto either. So who knows? But any act against those in positions of power in this country, from murder to, I don't know, like work stoppages even, is a dangerous precedent to set if you're considering like any action against like a person in a position of power in private enterprise as an act of terrorism. Well, that's definitely going to be an issue later down the line. An issue for you and I, not an issue for those in positions of power, of course. But I do feel like this is a bit of a over-leveraged, overextended situation. Not over-leveraged, but overextended situation. Maybe a reach, if you will. So, like, saying the manifesto is an admission of a crime is like saying rap lyrics are an admission of crime. It's all art. Yeah, I mean, good luck with that one. I said this yesterday, but you didn't see it. This will also backfire because terrorists won't be seen as Arabs anymore, and manufacturing consent for bombing the shit out of the Middle East won't be as easy anymore. No. I do find it really strange. That like you have white supremacist shooters that openly write manifestos to do like hate crimes and shit and conduct lone wolf style acts of stochastic terror that directly say that they're doing this because they want to instigate a race riot or a race war or whatever. And in most of those circumstances, they do not get slapped with the terrorism charge, right? There are certain instances where they have been, but in many of those circumstances, they don't get slapped with terrorism. Now, those are different states that they're prosecuted in. Obviously, New York is different, but it is kind of crazy to me. I do want to dive into that a little bit. I do want to try to figure out if these are, if there are, you know, other instances where someone has done like a very clear act of like domestic terror, as opposed to what this guy did, as opposed to what Luigi Mangione did. So, hey, Hasan, I was wondering if you're worried about censorship over the next 4 years. The next 4 years, brother, censorship is here right now. Censorship has never gone away. Censorship has always been a prominent fixture of any sort of criticism against Israel, any sort of criticism against the U.S. State Department interests across the board, but especially against Israel. This is something that I've always talked about. And it's really interesting that most people just simply didn't understand what the hell was going on with Israel-Palestine. So they never truly had to contend with this censorship. That's why a lot of people now, when I talk about BDS in like 30 plus American states being banned or being barred in some way, being severely restricted in some way, they're shocked by it. Like when they first encounter this reality, they're like, that's crazy. You can't be serious. Like, you can't do a boycott against a fucking foreign nation. Like, that's wild. So, in any case, I guess my rule of thumb basically is like, my rule of thumb basically in this situation is like, I didn't feel fearful. I didn't feel like this person was, you know, if this person was at large, I would not have felt unsafe. I mean, he literally didn't even kill any of the witnesses on scene. He openly stated that he wasn't interested in using a bomb. He ruled it out because he didn't want to kill like random people on accident. You know what I mean? So I guess for the extreme centrists, like, it makes sense. If your position across the board, is that, like, the system is good and it's just simply designed the way it is, and if people die in the process for profit healthcare, then they die, you know? It is what it is. We have actually segmented out this violence to the best of our ability so that it seems invisible, so that it seems normal, and this person actually, struck back against said violence, and therefore he must be squashed, he must be killed, he must be jailed permanently because that is disruptive. There are a lot of people who feel that way, for sure. There are a lot of people who would rather have the stability, the law and order, people who love the notion of law and order and stability, even if it harms them personally, this very same system. They simply would rather prefer the absence of instability that is disruption, that is disruptive to the regular order of business, because they are fearful of change. That's what it is. Wormfather333, thank you for the 10 community gift of subs. Do you think it's valid to cite Daniel Penny in any and all conversations regarding Luigi? I mean, I think Daniel Penny also has a importance here as well. Law tip, it's a plea negotiation tactic. The terror charge is meant to coerce a plea by offering a guilty plea to second degree in exchange for dropping the terror charge, in my opinion. Yeah, that could be the case. Biomart, you're right. But I still think it's a failure overall because it still hyper focuses, like, it still makes his ideological motives the centerpiece of the conversation, and it's also harder to prove in general. And overall, if you are doing this for ideological purpose, if you are doing this because you want to show people how unjust the healthcare system is, the for-profit healthcare system is, and then yeah, having the conversation center around your motives, motivations is obviously going to play into that. I still, however, believe that this is a very dangerous precedent. I think that you'll see a lot more terrorism charges slapped against, like, climate protesters, activists of the like people that are genuinely disruptive. It is much more difficult to slap terrorism charges, or it's much less frequent where terrorism charges are dished out to actual white supremacist domestic terrorists. And you will understand exactly what I'm saying. If you protest police, if you protest, the fossil fuel industry, if you protest any number of different things that make money in the United States of America, or at least is a mechanism of control, you will get slapped as, you will get branded as a terrorist. That is what the government truly fears. That's what the government fears more than the actual white supremacist domestic terrorists. Like, they, every now and then, they do a little bit of violence, and the violence is actually really, I mean, it's horrifying, right? But in their perspective, it's just like, yeah, okay, well, they killed some black people in a church. Who cares? Like, we'll prosecute this person. We'll do our job. But overall, that is nowhere near as disruptive to the regular order of business. White supremacist acts of violence are not disruptive to the regular order of business in the way that, like, someone waking up a lot of people to the reality of for-profit healthcare is. Does that make sense? Especially because, I mean, this is the same principle as to why Republicans regularly hit that line of talking about black and brown people. You see what I'm saying? Shitting on black and brown people, shitting on marginalized people is not disruptive and is actually beneficial for those who have a stake in continuing the way the regular order of business, in continuing this corporate oligopoly, this corporate oligarchy, because that kind of stuff actually focuses your attention. And when we all have a finite amount of attention to give to things, every single time you focus on, you know, the race war that's happening in America or how bad trans people are, you are no longer paying attention to who's actually taking your money, who's actually robbing you blind, who's actually controlling the mechanisms that we exist under. The real challenge for Luigi will be proving that evidence about the healthcare system is relevant to a judge. Even given the terror charge and the government claiming that is his motive, there's a lot of discretion to the trial court, and it's unlikely he'd be able to bring any of that in. I just don't understand then how can they make the argument that it's terrorism without diving into the shooter's background and motive. Biomart, our law tip, Andy in the chat. Do you know about ag gag? Same thing. Showing the animal agriculture industry is disruptive to business is treated as terrorism. Yeah. I do know about ag gag. Yes. Terrorism is intended to coerce a populace or government action through violence. Populace does not receive the same zealotry of defense from the legal system as government actions do. Yeah. Yeah, Dylan Roof was not. The Department of Justice charged Dylan Roof with murder in the commission of a hate crime, but not domestic terrorism. The Department of Justice charged Dylan Roof, the white 21-year-old man who allegedly gunned down 9 black churchgoers in Charleston, South Carolina on June 17th with murder, attempted murder, and use of a firearm, all in the commission of a hate crime. Attorney General Loretta Lynch announced the charges on Wednesday afternoon, but the DOJ did not charge Roof with domestic terrorism or include terrorism in the indictment. Some media outlets, lawyers, public figures, and activists have called for Roof to be charged, not just with a hate crime, an illegal act motivated in whole or in part by an offender's bias, but with the separate label of domestic terrorism, because it was a white supremacist act of domestic terrorism. The overarching goal here wasn't simply to commit a hate crime, even though that was obviously a major goal here, but every single act of white supremacist hate crime is often done at the behest of sparking a race war in the United States of America. Some people will openly write it in their manifestos. Other people will not, but they are operating on that same boundary. So hate crimes motivated in whole or in part by an offender's bias, but with a separate label of domestic terrorism, did not come in, even though there was a hate crime statute applied to it. Critics contend that the label of terrorism is too often only applied to Islamic extremists and not white supremacists or anti-government anarchists. Many were outraged after FBI Director James Comey balked at the term during a June 20th press conference, telling reporters he didn't see the murders as a political act, a requirement he designated as necessary for terrorism. Roof's crimes certainly seem to fit the federal description of domestic terrorism, which the FBI defines as activities that involve acts dangerous to human life that violate federal or state law, appear intended to intimidate or coerce a civilian population, to influence the policy of a government by intimidation or coercion, to affect the conduct of a government by mass destruction, assassination, or kidnapping. Roof allegedly told a few friends that he intended the murder of the parishioners, attendees of the historically black Emmanuel African Methodist Episcopal Church, to start a race war, while his online manifesto, verified by the FBI, confirmed his motivations to intimidate and assassinate. He took his inspiration, among other things, George Zimmerman's 2012 shooting of Trayvon Martin, the Confederate flag, the KKK, and skinheads. It turns out there was one major obstacle in charging Roof with domestic terrorism. The crime does not exist. Now, this was all the way back in 2015. As you know, there is no specific domestic terrorism statute, said Lynch during the press conference to announce Roof's indictment. Even when the USA Patriot Act post 9/11 redefined terrorism to include domestic crimes, the provision simply allowed the government to investigate more broadly what it called terrorism. Actually, charging someone with domestic terrorism remains a separate matter. Even criminals who use bombs or send money to ISIS or Boston Marathon bomber Dzhokhar Tsarnaev are not charged with a crime of terrorism. Teen pleads guilty to terrorism and murder charges. So since then, there have been people like, I believe this is Ethan Crumbly, right? Yeah. Pled guilty to 1 count of terrorism causing death, 4 counts of first-degree murder, and 19 other charges stemming from November 30th mass shooting at Oxford High School. So since then, and obviously there's a distinction between state charges and federal charges. Obviously, on the federal level, this is what we're talking about on the federal level for Dylan Roof. But for Ethan Crumbly, there was a terrorism charge. So since then, they've actually started applying, at least in certain states, domestic terrorism as an additional factor. So there are instances where they have charged people, like mass shooters and whatnot. And, you know, I think that regardless of the political motivations behind, or the political the political application of terrorism as a legal definition is you know, utilized by the state to oftentimes, you know, torture people, deny them due process and the like, or slap on additional charges, or do things that you normally wouldn't be able to do to a regular civilian. If there is some kind of tangible domestic terrorism application, then yes, domestic terrorism as a practical application fits certainly fits the criteria for many of these white supremacist, neo-Nazi school shooters, mass shooters in general. So there is that. And I wanted to dive into a little bit more of, you know, different instances where people have been found guilty, or people have gotten the terrorism designation slapped on to, you know, mass shootings and whatnot. And I feel like the criteria being general harm to the overall public makes it a little bit more difficult, in my opinion, for terrorism charges to stick to Luigi Mangione, because he, like, I think his argument overall, if I'm thinking about it, like, it's going to be difficult to prove that he wanted other people to also go out and like kill CEOs. That's number one. Number two, there's a direct through line of like harm that was done to him in the way that he saw it. And it's more so a revenge killing, right? At most. Does that make sense? Like, it more so fits the purpose of like, I mean, it's premeditated murder, but revenge killing rather than an act. It's an act of vengeance rather than an act of terrorism. Whereas if you're going into a school and shooting a bunch of people and saying like, I'm shooting a bunch of people in my school because I want like, I don't know, I want to incite violence, and I want, or I'm going to the better case would be the Buffalo mass shooter that went into a location where he knew that there would be black people and specifically wanted to shoot as many black people as possible. And oftentimes they will openly state that their desire is to, you know, wake America up to do a race war, right? Like that in and of itself, I think is more so in the pocket, regardless of terrorism, domestic terrorism being this arbitrary charge. If that makes sense. Yeah, fair shooting in Texas. El Paso is another example of this as well. He explicitly wasn't advocating for a policy. He literally said, I don't know that shit. I just know I was wrong. Then all of America has been wrong. So I'm going to shoot the CEO of the healthcare company with the biggest market cap. Straight up normal murder. Yeah. So ultimately, I think it is, I think it has a silencing effect, because when you slap on terrorism charges to something like this, you inevitably are saying, like, anyone that is even covering this in a non-critical manner, or people that are in favor of this, are all terrorism supporters. And there's a whole bunch of additional things that there are a whole bunch of additional things that get added onto it, in terms of like expanding the surveillance state, and maybe additional charges that are brought up against what is this? No, not the California state of emergency, and not the 20v1. There was another person who actually sent me a link. Oh, Cornell, Article 490, crime of terrorism in New York State. New York State's definition of crime of terrorism. A person is guilty of a crime of terrorism when, with the intent to intimidate or coerce a civilian population, influence the policy of a unit of government by intimidation or coercion, or affect the conduct of a unit of government by murder, assassination, or kidnapping, he or she commits a specific offense. This is in the state of New York, the crime of terrorism. I mean, it's a definitely a dangerous precedent, I think, in terms of like denying other people their civil liberties, denying people their First Amendment rights in general. I think that you can use this as, this can be seen as expansive and broad and purposefully vague, in my opinion, where you could just simply say, well, you know, this is someone who is a terrorist. So if you've said something, if you've given money to a GoFundMe for the shooter's like court case, you're technically, funding and facilitating terrorism, things like that. And it's kind of funny because obviously every single person has been wronged by whether it's their ISPs, or whether it is for-profit healthcare, or whether it's a airline company or whatever. Like, it just, the normal process of capitalism and the constant profit seeking creates corner cutting, creates worse products overall, worse products that you're paying for, and oftentimes paying more money for, right? And in that process, you get mad. And like, obviously, it doesn't have to be murder in this regard, but like any kind of anger that you demonstrate in that process is just terrorism now. Like you are not allowed to get mad at this shit at all. It's terrorism. Meanwhile, those very same fighting words, or far more severe threats, are often done not against corporations, but against other fellow Americans, and there is no prosecution for that whatsoever. Does that make sense?
Tradition tomorrow morning, we will be there. The district attorney said that he has indications the defendant may waive that hearing, meaning waive the extradition, and at that point he would be brought to New York, but that if he continues to fight it, his office, the DA's office, is prepared to press forward, meaning that
they just did it to have Hasan defending a terrorist. My friend, this is not the first, nor will it be the last time that I talk about someone who has been historically branded as a terrorist, and was not actually a terrorist whatsoever, or was not a bad person whatsoever. The argument I routinely bring up is obviously Nelson Mandela, which apparently people have no response to. And instead they've chosen to just be like, did you know that Nelson Mandela was on the terror watch list? Like they don't even respond to it anymore. They just like repeat what I'm saying, but in a sarcastic tone, in like a silly tone, in an effort to deflect. It's very weird. So, like I've said over and over again, the designation of terrorism is often very, it's already arbitrary. There is no legal consensus on this. There's certainly no international consensus on this. And this is one of the things that the rest of the world actually doesn't even follow suit with the United States of America on. Like, that is part of the reason why you don't see every single country declare Hezbollah as a terror organization in the way that America has, right? Because they're like, I mean, even in Lebanon, Hezbollah is also a political party within the parliament, right? So there is definitely, there is, I guess, there is a lot of, there's no real consensus on this matter whatsoever. And people kind of just go off of vibes.
He would push the governor, who has said already that she intends to issue a warrant for the...
The new meta is to just call it disingenuous and say that it's bad faith to use Nelson Mandela as an example. Disingenuous. Why is that bad faith or disingenuous? If the argument itself is... if the argument itself is about like the political application of the terror watch list, is it just that you know, it hurts your argument? So instead of trying to tackle the argument, you just say disingenuous? I don't think Chatter agrees. That's just the meta. No, I know. I just think it's funny that these guys have no counter argument to it. So they just kind of say it's disingenuous to try to like deflate it, I guess.
extradition, and that would eventually bring him here 30 to 45 days.
We'll keep following it. Lilia, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
The investigation into the Madison.
Yeah. Does it not make it harder for a conviction? Only on the first degree murder charge, but that's it. So yeah. Wisconsin shooter gets the killer white male image makeover. Natalie Rupnow, the 15-year-old girl police identified as a Wisconsin school shooter who killed. Oh my God. They did it. They did it again, bro. Shooter killed a student and a teacher in a deadly rampage. Looks like she knew how to handle a firearm, at least according to the first photos that surface of her online. They did it. They did it again. They can't stop themselves, man. They can't help themselves. They did the Zach Fox tweet again. How will they argue Luigi coerced the civilian population without making it seem like the ruling class is a special caste? I mean, that kind of is the attitude that people have. It's just vibes based.
Madison, Wisconsin school shooting that left a student and teacher dead, 6 others injured after a 15-year-old girl opened fire. Alex Perez is in Madison with the latest. Good morning, Alex.
Hey, good morning. Wait, what did Zach Fox say? Zach Fox once famously tweeted out this jet ski photo and was like, I don't know where the Zach Fox tweet is. Maybe someone can link it in the chat, but it's like, basically making a joke about the media and how they cover like white serial killers. Like if it's a black person that's like stolen a Skittles or something and then got shot and killed, they will literally use like the worst possible image of that person to make them seem like they were a thug who deserved it. And then if it's like a white person that like literally serially murdered their entire family and maybe other families as well, and then ate them, they'll post a photo like this. Yeah. This is how the photos be looking at headlines on a white man kills his entire family. They'll always humanize the perpetrators when the perpetrators are white. They will always dehumanize the victims of like police brutality, even if they are victims themselves or perpetrators themselves when they are not white. It is a very glaringly obvious bias that plays a role in manufacturing consent. Because the reality of the matter is white people are a part of the in-group. And therefore, we have the capacity to understand that when a white person does something, it does not reflect poorly on the entirety of the white population. But when a black person does something, the idea is that it reflects poorly on the entire black population. Just like when an undocumented migrant commits a heinous act, right, of murder or sexual assault, people so willingly will turn around and be like, this is how undocumented migrants are. That's 12 million people. What the fuck do you mean this is how? 12 million people from every different part of the fucking planet. How can you literally say this is how all undocumented migrants are? That's insane. That's an insane statement. Like, there is any group that is a marginalized group or a minority group, like a trans person, for example, will do something, and that's all of a sudden a reason to hate all trans people. That's just how racism works. That's just how it is. And this is part of the problem, or this is part of the analysis with respect to like anti-white racism. Whenever people try to like bring up anti-white racism charges, okay, where we all understand that like not every single white male is a fucking school shooter. You know what I mean? Even though the overwhelming majority of school shooters are straight white men. But you don't operate with the same fear that like the next person that you see that is a white man is going to be a school shooter. It just doesn't work that way. No, stop saying I mean or they are. You're fucking stupid. When you say stupid things like this, when I'm in the process of making a fucking argument, I know that you're like sarcastically saying it or if you legitimately believe it, but I'm talking about the broader society. Most people with the social conditioning that they have do not have the capacity to apply racist dynamics to the in-group. That's just how it is, okay? You can try as hard as you want in this chat to be like, nah, that's how it is. But that's not how it works in the real world, okay?
Morning, George. Through her social media, we're now getting a better picture of what the 15-year-old may have been thinking in the moments before the shooting.
This morning, the search for answers. Investigators closely sifting through 15-year-old Natalie Rupnow's social media account.
For the record, the best possible example of this is if we're going to talk about like a 50-50 split between men and women, okay? The best possible example of this is when a woman is called a whore or when a woman is objectified, right? Hypersexualized. And shit on the virtue of them being a woman, okay? That is a damning statement against all women. But the opposite doesn't work in the same way, no matter how hard people try, okay? For example, if you were to turn around and say like, oh, all men are trash, people get mad at that, for sure. But most people do not have this understanding. That's not a real thing that people truly believe. That like when people say, "Oh, men are trash," that this is a damning statement against all men across the fucking board, no matter what they've done. People just simply don't read it in the same way. And that is because there is a shit ton of social conditioning and a shit ton of normalization of the notion that like women are supposed to be objects of sexual desire and so many other things that compound on top of that, okay? And the reason why I use the male-female dynamic here is specifically because like it's almost a 50-50 split regardless of patriarchal constructs that have historically dominated women and still have remnants in contemporary American existence, in contemporary Western existence.
Hoping to figure out why the teen shot and killed a teacher and student at her school, injuring 6 others.
Identifying a motive is our top priority.
But at this time, it appears that the motive was a combination of factors. We're talking to students to understand whether bullying was one of those multiple factors.
Police say the shooter brought a handgun to school and opened fire in a study hall classroom Monday. Many of the families at Abundant Life are Pastor Brian Peterson's parishioners, including one of the survivors.
What she had to see, no child should see, in that she was right there in the room when it was taking place.
Investigators digging through the shooter's digital footprint, discovering posts made in the minutes before the shooting.
We are working to authenticate the documents that you see online that some are referring to as a manifesto.
James Smith's daughter is a junior at Abundant Life. He says it's a refuge for many students who struggle at other schools.
Those who have been disenfranchised or bullied in other situations and saying, well, you can find love here. You can find acceptance.
I could only imagine.
Overnight, a vigil at the state capitol remembering those who were killed.
Honestly, it's still kind of hard to think and feel feelings because of just how incredibly emotionally and mentally taxing that experience was. You never really realize how much something like this will affect you until it happens.
And authorities have collected evidence from the shooter's home and say her parents are cooperating. Michael?
All right. I want to reiterate something that I've talked about in the aftermath of the first attempted assassination against Donald Trump and also the successful assassination of Brian Thompson, the United Healthcare CEO. Most mass shootings that are commonplace in the United States of America are not actually conducted against people who are responsible for the pain that people have experienced, okay? It's not actually directed at a vector of power and control. It's almost always directed at random individuals that are either on the same class structure as you, that exist in the same class structure as you, or are lower, I guess, in the social categorization, right? Mass shootings are normalized and considered to be a natural occurrence, almost like treated like an earthquake or whatever in the United States of America, when it's punching down, when the victims are oftentimes some of the less protected members of society. And that is because these sorts of mass shootings are not disruptive to the pre-existing hierarchy. That is the reason why what this shooter has done, even though she was directly, and there's enough evidence here to point to this, directly a part of a terrorist telegram called Terrorgram, whose founders have been arrested by the American state, by the FBI, for committing international acts of terror, including the mass stabbing incident in Turkey. The person that did that, by the way, she mentioned in her manifesto that there is not, this is not considered or packaged or talked about in the same vein as an act of terror. A stochastic terrorist who was goaded into taking a white nationalist stance and then inevitably engaging in an act of cruelty and an act of terror, specifically because there is this underlying interest in sparking a race war. Raid from Paroles d'honneur, French decolonial media. Oh, wow. Oui, oui. Welcome to the French, to le French. Hope you had a good stream. Paroles d'honneur. Bonjour. Oui, oui. C'est vrai. Nique la police. Okay. There's a far left channel. Yeah. Just like I always talk about like permissible bigotry and the appropriate vectors of violence and hatred. This is yet another example of this, right? You write legislation that is against healthcare, for-profit healthcare. You are branded as an enemy by corporate media. Okay? You try to disrupt the military-industrial complex and its profit motive-backed, its profit-driven agenda of violence globally. You are branded as a terrorist. You are a bad person. On the other hand, Donald Trump can run on a campaign of creating concentration camps for 20 million undocumented Americans, undocumented migrants that live and work on U.S. soil, and nobody reads that as terrorism. People even turn around and yell at you if you say this is fascism, even though it is a one-to-one comparison to fascist leadership of the past, historical fascism, and the way that it has evolved throughout time. It's like identical to Hitlerian policy, and yet people go, whoa, 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 let's have an argument about this. I don't know if this is correct or not. Okay? You call everything fascism. It's like this guy literally quoted Adolf Hitler and wants to do Adolf Hitler's policy. It's ridiculous.
The House at
Just something to consider for many people. Hopefully, this will be helpful in getting you to understand how social dynamics play out. But let's move on to some more damning news that is also kind of funny. Matt Gaetz. This is not technically fash debate. Make me want to scream. Yeah. Ari Nahari, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Also, Jabri is mad because he was working on a Matt Gaetz video and he was hours away from releasing his Matt Gaetz video, and it turns out he's going to have to go back to the drawing board here, okay?
Ethics Committee will release its report on former Congressman Matt Gaetz before the end of this Congress. It is a stunning reversal, and it comes after the committee said just last month it would not release the findings of its investigation into Gaetz, who was, at the time, Donald Trump's pick for Attorney General. Manu Raju and Elena Treen broke this story earlier today, and they are here now. Manu, I'm going to start with you. Give us any information that you have about, first of all, when to expect this report, and also why the reversal.
Yeah, we do expect this to be reported to released any day now. In fact, the agreement essentially was to release this report after the final votes of this congressional session, and that could occur today. The last votes of the year could be today, maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after. The last day of the congressional session is actually January 3rd, 11:59 a.m. before the 118th Congress concludes. So really any time between now and the final votes and then. And this all came secretly behind closed doors earlier this month. Remember that vote that occurred last month? That was when Matt Gaetz was then Donald Trump's pick to be Attorney General. The committee voted along party lines to not move ahead with this report. It deadlocked 5-5. And then the committee planned to reconvene later in December to talk about this. One of the reasons why some members at the time voted to block its release is because the report was not 100% done yet. There were some final changes that were being made, and they reconsidered this report that was finalized in their private meeting. Now, based on our reporting, it suggests that some Republicans may have had a change of heart, ultimately siding with Democrats who are pushing hard to release it. Now, Dana, we don't have precise insight into why those members had a change of heart, because this is a secret panel. These are sources who are giving us information inside the room that this vote actually occurred, but the thinking is unclear. One thing is clear, though, Dana, Matt Gaetz is someone who has an icy relationship with many Republicans and Democrats alike. He led the ouster of Kevin McCarthy last year. Maybe that was weighing on the minds of some of these members as well.
Yeah, icy is an understatement. Elena, Gaetz just responded. What did he say?
He did. He posted this to X responding to our reporting on this. I'm going to read for you some of what he wrote. He said, quote, "The very witnesses," that was in quotation marks, "DOJ deemed not credible were assembled by House Ethics to repeat their claims absent."
Yeah, I just want to say Forever Kevers send their regards. Okay, Forever Kevers on top, baby. Never Kevers are in the pooper, in the stinker. Kevin McCarthy sends his regards, baby. Whoo! Smoke them. When are they releasing the report? Because I can't see because of your cam. Reporting the alleged sexual misconduct to be made public by end of year. So from now until the end of December. So they got a couple weeks. We shall see.
In any cross-examination or challenge from me or my attorneys. I've had no chance to ever confront any accusers. I've never been charged. I've never been sued. It went on to say, "It's embarrassing, though not criminal, that I probably partied, womanized, drank, and smoked more than I should have earlier in life. I live a different life now." One other thing he said in that statement that I found very interesting as well, Dana, is that he said that he had never had sexual contact with someone under 18. We know from our reporting, and this is even previous reporting that CNN has done, that this allegation in particular is included in the House Ethics Committee report. So interesting in itself that he was addressing that head on. But all to say, I think, look, one of the key things that we learned through our reporting, and one thing that's been clear over the last several weeks now, is that Matt Gaetz abruptly resigned when Donald Trump had announced that he was his pick to be Attorney General. That led a lot of members to speculate and really kind of question whether that was because he wanted this report to be buried. It is unusual for this committee to release a House Ethics report for a member that is no longer a member of Congress. Now, we know Matt Gaetz has said that he has no plans to come back to Congress next year. However, he is still very much a player in Republican politics. I know that he talks to Donald Trump and his team repeatedly. It's very much unclear what his political future looks like. I think this report is likely to be very explosive and potentially damaging. So that's one thing, all of us will keep our eyes on when we eventually get to see this publicly. Dana?
Terrific scoop to both of you. Thank you so much for breaking it down for us. And my panel is back now. Matt Gaetz's response on X was very lengthy. Elena read part of it. I'm just going to read more because it's something to behold. Quote, "In my single days, I often sent funds to women I dated, even some I never dated, but who asked. I dated several of these women for years. I never..."
He's like, you don't understand. He's like, you don't get it. I'm too good of a guy. Okay? I'm too good of a guy. That's what it is. It's messed up that you're coming after me because, I'm a pay pig. I'm a pay pig. That's what it is. You're actually coming after me and you're kink shaming. I think it's a little bit of a microaggression. You're kink shaming. I'm a pay pig.
Had sexual contact with someone under 18. Any claim that I have would be destroyed in court, which is why no such claim was ever made in court. This is the pièce de résistance. My 30s were an era of working very hard and playing hard too. I'm glad that, like Taylor Swift, he has different eras.
Yeah, indeed. It's just pretty extraordinary, given what you read, that this was, for even just a few days, the nominee to be Attorney General, and obviously someone who raised a lot of concern among Republicans, his own Republicans. Elena mentioned that he might have other political ambitions, and this is why this is so relevant right now, is because, it's not just that he would return to Congress, but other future ambitions for office, whether it's in his home state of Florida or elsewhere, could be shelved because of the findings of this report, if they are as damning as they suggest. And so this is something that definitely Republicans are looking at, but also really says something about the vetting process that has gone into just selecting a lot of these nominees. We know that other nominees also have a lot of baggage going into this, maybe not as much as Matt Gaetz had, and the concerns that he raised, but still a lot of concern. And so it really reflects on all of them.
Real quick, I just want to underscore, the Ethics Committee is evenly split.
Yes, which means that Republicans had to have a change of heart here, that Republicans had to have a say here. And I do think relationships in Congress matter. And I think this vote is a very good reminder that if you go out and purport yourself a certain way and your colleagues have a certain view of you, it can come back to haunt you later. I also just think that there was probably a moment where lawmakers were thinking about the fact he might have other aspirations, and they had or felt compelled to
It's
put
also
that information.
what's in this report must be pretty extreme, because what he has copped to is that he sent money to multiple women that he dated,
Or
that he,
and women he didn't date.
and then he didn't date,
yeah.
which I don't think a lot of people would say that they have done. That he drank too hard and smoked and partied too hard. Again, not just while he was in college, while he was a member of Congress.
Correct.
What? Well, I was a member of Congress at the young age of what, 35? Like, I love conservatives like trying to angle this. I love conservatives trying to angle like an argument I make regularly about like rehabilitation and becoming better people. Whenever they talk about like being 35 at a party with high schoolers. I'm a very different man now that I'm 37. Like JD Vance did this as well, where he was like, I was groomed by mainstream media into believing Trump was Hitler. You know? I was groomed by mainstream media into believing Trump was Hitler at the brutal age of 35. Like, that's embarrassing. That's an indictment on your brain, I think, or your lack of processing power more than anything else. They were pretending Trump's kids were children, but if you're 17 and black, you're a grown-ass man in their coverage. I know. Dr. Disrespect kind of did that too, even though he basically did the opposite thing of what Matt Gaetz did. Matt Gaetz was like, I've never actually done anything with a... I guess he kind of did the Dr. Disrespect route. You know? He kind of did the same thing. Like, Dr. Disrespect said that he had inappropriately texted a minor. Matt Gaetz didn't admit that part, but was like, I've never had sexual acts with a minor. You know? That was Matt Gaetz's... Matt Gaetz saw Dr. Disrespect's mistakes and was like, I will not repeat them.
Yeah.
While he was a congressman from Florida in a position of power in a significant way.
Let's talk about this now with Megan Hayes, Democratic strategist and former Biden White House director of message planning, and Republican strategist and CNN political commentator Shermichael Singleton. Yay, transparency, guys. What do you think?
I mean, look, I'm not surprised. I think Republicans did the right thing by showcasing respect to the president-elect by waiting when Mr. Gaetz was still the potential nominee to run the Department of Justice. However, this goes back to something that I said on the show with you guys. I think, Megan, you were here at the time, that maintaining good relationships with your colleagues really, really matters. And I think what we're watching play out in real time is that Mr. Gaetz just wasn't very effective in doing so. People still remember the debacle with Kevin McCarthy. And I think that had a lot to do with why they ultimately, at least from Republicans' perspective, ultimately decided to move forward with releasing this.
Yeah, I think that this also shows that Republicans have a line here with President-elect, and they have reached the line, and Matt Gaetz was crossing it, and I think that is partly why this will be released. It also is, I mean, somebody wants him out of politics and does not want him running for governor in Florida, and I think that's also why this
I wonder who that could be.
What do you make of Megan's assessment that there's a line here among Republican lawmakers? Because for this report to come out, some House Republicans had to change their mind from where they were a few weeks ago when they voted to hold this report back. What does that tell you?
I mean, it tells me that Republicans want to maintain their independence and their autonomy as a separate body from the executive branch. And I would argue that the president-elect, not as it pertains to this case specifically, but at least on the Senate side, has for the most part appeared to be willing to respect that separation as it pertains to many of his nominees. He's allowing them to have that advise and consent authority there. So I think this is a good thing for some Americans who may have wondered, well, will Congress maintain their actual job? They appear to be doing so, and I think we can expect that for the next 4 years.
Congress is up against another deadline to prevent a
What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. Are there any tangible implications for ethics report to come out? Seems like it's preserving the illusion of independence. I think that the real reason for the ethics committee investigation to come out, even though I want it to come out regardless, is not because they truly think Matt Gaetz is a individual that has committed heinous acts, but for pure resentment. Matt Gaetz did the force the vote shit. Matt Gaetz did he was a prominent figure of the Never Kevers. That's it. It's revenge. I think a lot of people in Congress are petty. They have clearly defended and kept and offered coverage and protection to serial pedophiles like Dennis Hastert, historically speaking, the record-breaking, longest-running Speaker of the House in United States Congress history, who also broke other records like being the most prolific pedophile that Congress has ever seen. So I think that it's a situation where, like, you know, Congress doesn't give a shit when someone in their ranks is like trying to fuck minors or whatever. That's normal process. They do give a shit, however, when the person who wanted to fuck minors is also disruptive. You know what I mean? That's why Marjorie Taylor Greene played ball.
You yourself were the victim kind of the Republican Party, at least on Capitol Hill, being fractured in the House. I mean, what does that look like going into the next 4 months?
Oh, we're much more united. I mean, think about that. That was all the Democrats and 8 Republicans. One who's not coming back, and then the other part that you have, and the other part you have is one person who.
He just like rolled up to him while he was getting interviewed, and tried to troll him. Like, this is crazy.
Raised the issue. He's got an ethics complaint about sleeping with a 17-year-old. So that's the way they would go. So that's the biggest challenge we have.
Same thing with the guy from North Carolina when he said what happened behind closed and they kicked him out. Yeah, that was Madison Cawthorn. And I think that, like, yeah, the Republicans packed him up real quick. I don't know if the Republicans are actually having sex parties or not. I don't know how valid his claims were. But they packed him up regardless. Yeah, GOP is also running on a razor-thin majority. And he's already losing votes for Speaker. GOP Rep Thomas Massie says he will not vote for Johnson for Speaker in January. He says he will say someone else's name instead of voting present. Why are you so racist towards Polish people? Wait, what? What happened? Who out of the people that I was talking about is Polish? Is Matt Gaetz Polish? Kurwa. Oh, also, there's this drama as well. Any member of the House or Senate who votes for this outrageous spending bill deserves to be voted out in 2 years. Elon Musk having this much power is truly frustrating. I don't know. Trump is now agreeing with Elon. They're mad. They're mad about this this spending package. And I feel like it's not necessarily the expenditure here that is at play, but I think they're testing the grounds for how much they can bully Congress even before Trump assumes the role. Like it feels to me, but a brilliant leftist mind told me buying Twitter was a mistake. The one computer joke getting motion, you're getting canceled. Oh my God. Yeah, first of all, buying Twitter was a massive failure for Elon Musk. Okay? It was. He was forced into buying it. It was financially a massive fucking L. You think he wouldn't have this level of motion if he didn't buy Twitter? What are you, fucking stupid? Like, Elon Musk would not have this level of access to Donald Trump if he hadn't bought Twitter. He's a fucking billionaire. At this point, everybody understands that he could have dropped $50 million instead of $46 billion for Twitter, and he still would have been able to run a super PAC for Trump and absolutely gotten the same level of prominence. What is this? Oh, I saw this. This is Trump's this is one of Trump's many different haircuts. He tries to pull this out every now and then. I don't know why. It's like weird. And then it's kind of funny because you see Republicans across the board react like babies. You know, when a baby sees their father for the first time without a beard? Like when a father shaves their beard and the baby starts freaking out. That's how Republicans are every time they see him look like this. They lose their fucking minds. They're like, whoa, what's going on? That's Donald Trump. Yeah, I like to think this is his alter ego. He just looks extra sassy. Maybe he's just fucking feeling himself, honestly. He's like, I look good. I've been on the Ozempic. But yeah, there is a lot of drama in the halls of Congress, specifically on the Republican side. But when is there not drama? These guys are so primed towards obstruction that they, as I famously have said time and time again, love obstructing themselves when there's no other targets to obstruct because the Democrats are so fucking incompetent and they can't secure any kind of power or influence in government at all.
Government shutdown. The money will run out in less than 48 hours, but congressional leaders say this, they've agreed on a short-term budget. The trouble is, many rank-and-file Republicans do not like it. Nicole Killian is on Capitol Hill with more on this story. Nicole, it sounds like it could be problematic. Good morning to you.
Hey, good morning to you. Congressional leaders are hopeful that this could pass, but they're already encountering some opposition. The 1,500-page stopgap bill funds the government through March 14th of next year. It includes more than $100 billion for disaster relief. That is something that the Biden administration had requested to help communities impacted by the devastating effects of Hurricanes Milton and Helene. It also replenishes
Oh my God, the White House threw a holiday going away party with the resistance grifters and Hunter Biden. Look at my Democratic Party dog. We're getting a third Trump term. Yeah, I saw this and I was so devastated because I guess my invite got lost in the mail. My invite must have gotten lost in the mail because I was not invited to the White House Hunter Biden going away party. I thought I was a creator for Kamala, dog. What the fuck? That's messed up. That's messed up. Hunter Biden got Flavor Flav's number. Gonna reboot VH1 with a new dating show. Yeah, I should have been there, dude. DDG succeeded in getting Hasan cut out from the DNC. Okay, first of all, I'm currently joking. I know that there are a lot of people who take my sarcasm as as a damning indictment, but I'm joking. I would have never fucking gone to this event. Okay, before we let's make something clear. I think this event is gross. Okay, just so people understand. And secondly, pretty sure it's because when you Google you, one of the first things is still the 9/11 quote. Yeah, I don't think people give a shit. They invited me to the DNC as a prominent part of the as a prominent content creator. That's not a real the problem for anybody. You need to stop doing such dry, sarcastic humor. It causes 40% of your cancellations. Okay, dude. I mean, I'm not going to change the way I do. I'm not going to change the way I do commentary because people will deliberately misunderstand what I'm saying. Yeah, they saw bro tips. That's why. They were like, damn, dude, this thing that this satirical show that you put together and very quickly recognized was a failure deleted 12 fucking years ago. It's really messed up. We need more bro tips. It still exists. It's called Chad Vice. But instead, it reflects my current attitude. And also on top of that is, I got to do more Chad Vice. I really do. I really got to do more of it. I'm going to try to do more of it. I want to do one before the year ends. Rice University in Houston, Texas held a divestment vote and it had 57 plus in favor. Hell yeah. Chad Vice does not exist. Problem with Chad Vice is that dare you to just call it bro tips and drown out the noise. Well, the reason why it's Chad Vice is because it's not just for bros. It's for the ladies too. We give a lot of advice to the ladies. Problem with the Chad Vice situation is that it's hard to get like cool stories, but also on top of that, it's hard to get guests together.
FEMA's disaster relief fund and another small business recovery fund that had been depleted. The package also contains $10 billion in direct economic assistance for farmers, and lawmakers tacked on a provision to address the recent drone sightings in the Northeast, extending a program aimed at countering threats. Now, this morning, billionaire Elon Musk says this bill is full of pork and says it should not pass. Elon Musk, of course, has been tapped by the president-elect to head up a new cost-cutting commission next year. Gail?
Nicole, before you go, Trump, as you know, went after one of his Republican critics on Truth Social last night. So what is this all about?
Well, the president-elect...
Like, I'll give you one example of how little that shit matters, especially if it's, like, not reflective of your current values. And I'm not even saying this as, like, disrespect, but Dean himself... he was there. I've been meaning to have him on the stream. He is the debate TikToker, liberal Spider-Man, and apparently he had like in as early as 2017, said a bunch of racist stuff. But he's like reformed from that position. He is no longer. He's no longer like that. Doesn't reflect who he is now. You know what I mean? So that shit doesn't matter at all. Most people in the real world do not have these like incredibly hardline approaches. It's mostly just internet shit. And while the internet takes up more and more space in our daily lives, the internet takes up more and more space and has the capacity to change the real world. As a matter of fact, that dynamic might shift, but for the time being, it doesn't really matter. Most people are just like, yeah, okay, that's what this person said back then. Is he still saying those things? If not, then I don't really give a fuck. You know what I mean? Your audio is popping and weird. Wait, really? Or is that one person? I think you should try. Oh my God, everyone said no. I think you should try and reform to be a little less debate lordy, donkey, but otherwise good. Yeah, when he's in LA, I'll have him on. He's planning on pulling up. Well, I do think boundaries need to be created with what we do and don't tolerate in real life, but people changing for the better should be celebrated, and internet culture doesn't allow for that. No, I don't even think that is like an internet culture thing. It's just like it's just utilized against people you don't like. That's it. And even if you like someone and you no longer like them, it's utilized against them when you no longer like them. But I think ultimately it doesn't really matter. Most people understand. You can make a convincing argument to be like, this is fucking ridiculous. And that's all it is. You know? That's it. I have always been an advocate for reform, rehabilitation, for heinous crimes even. So it's not like I'm a like if I'm an advocate for reform and rehabilitation for someone who has done like a horrific crime, then of course I'm going to be an advocate for reform and rehabilitation for someone who hasn't even done a crime, but instead has been awful in the past. You know what I mean? You always talk about how you had a transformation from your previous beliefs, but I've never heard you talk about it. What was your awakening moment? Can you share a part of your journey? Yeah, I've talked about it. I actually recently, a couple weeks ago, brought it up. I mean, I bring it up regularly, especially with transphobia, because it informs my perspective. I've talked about it on Pod Save America years ago. I've talked about it on my Jordan Peterson coverage years ago as well, when I was at the Young Turks. It's just an evolution from, I've talked about it yesterday as well. Basically, I reformed my my perspective after like seeing trans people, like encountering trans people in the real world. And seeing them as normal human beings, basically, and not this like out group that is weird and I don't understand them at all. You know what I mean? Most people will have that moment in their lives as well. Wish more people could do that. I think a lot of people do that. There are plenty of trans chatters in this community that I suspect have had a moment like that with other people as their coworkers. You know what I mean? Like the greatest antidote to bigotry of any sort is encountering a person of this background and treating them with humanity and dignity and understanding what they're like, understanding that you have a lot of similar opinions. Sam Cedar is going on Jubilee. He's in Cali in January. Have him on. I know. I've talked to him already. That's why I talk about like transphobia is a great entry point into this conversation, because most people have apathy towards trans people because gender and our understanding of gender is super rigid, and we tie it back to biology and not as a social construct as it's supposed to be, because that is what it is. I used to be a leftist, but I fell into the Sam Harris, Dave Rubin freedom rabbit hole. Then I stumbled upon Sam Cedar's vid shitting on them, and it snapped me out of it, and I knew they were fakes. Yeah. I mean, there's almost 30,000 people in here, and I would say that like 20,000 of them have on one issue, on at least one issue, they have had their minds changed. It's normal. That's how human beings are. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, we're imperfect. And also, we are incredibly susceptible to social conditioning. So if the starting position for a lot of people is being transphobic, if the if the social conditioning moves people in that direction, then yeah, of course, people's starting position is going to be like that. That's why I show a lot of grace to people who have some bigotries, like some underlying bigoted frameworks that they operate off of, because I know where they come from. I understand what their starting position is, and I also understand what the reasons are that they feel the way that they do. Not because they're like truly heinous, evil individuals, but instead they're just malleable, and they've never really critically examined the social conditioning that they've taken for granted and see as normal. That's why I always try to explain to people that the number one thing that I always ask of others is to just be charitable. As long as people are charitable to what I have to say, I think that I can convince them. I think I can change their minds. It might be just my subjective experience, but I feel like a decade ago, no one was really aware of trans people like they are now. A friend of mine came out as trans in high school, and she was allowed to compete on a women's track team, and no one really gave a fuck. That doesn't happen now. I don't know why. Yeah, no, for sure. It's because Republicans have vilified trans people as like the new enemies once they lost gay marriage. Once they lost their grip on shitting on gay people, they moved towards trans people as a new appropriate vector of hate. And everything that they've done in that time frame has been to basically create a permission structure to shit on trans people. If you can't do it through the bathroom bills, and that actually causes people to resent you, then you do it through other focus-tested methods of communication, like sports.
Posted that former Congresswoman Liz Cheney could be in a lot of trouble and should be investigated by the FBI for her actions on the January 6th Select Committee. Trump's comments came after a congressional subcommittee report alleged that Cheney should be investigated for witness tampering, accusing her of colluding with a witness who testified before the January 6th committee. Cheney said that the report fabricates lies and defamatory allegations in an attempt to cover up what Donald Trump did, and that the allegations are a malicious and cowardly assault on the truth. The Biden administration has not ruled out issuing preemptive pardons for prominent critics of Trump, which could potentially include Cheney. Gail?
There's a video from like 2018. From a stream that I did in 2018, like one of the earlier streams I did, where I talked about a concept that I like to call privilege blind spots. There's an intersectionality to privilege, and I have never been able to find it, and I don't even think that Little Bear has been able to find it either, even though she has scoured all of my commentary. And I don't know where it is, but I feel like that's one of the more instructive videos that I've done, that I've basically repeated over and over again. No, it's not the "You Are Not White" video. No. Battle Goth 55 Hasan, if you hate America so much, why do you hate living here? Or why are you living here? Were you talking to a guest, or was it just the chat? That may help. No, it was just the chat. I mean, this is a tweet from 2020. Ruth Bader Ginsburg's quote about Kaepernick is revealing, not because her immediate reaction was to call kneeling dumb and stupid, but because her apology claims she was barely aware of the incident or its purpose. This was 3 years after Trayvon Martin, 2 years after Ferguson. My point is, we all have privileged blind spots. This is something I talk about quite often, but that's quite a large one to have as one of the more progressive Supreme Court justices making profoundly important decisions that impact our lives. But that's not, man, I don't know if it's just a social construct thing. Trans women playing sports as elements of biology, which is why it often goes there. No, the point is, why do people see your opinion as hate when it's your view on how you see something? I mean, you can have a personal perspective that is rooted in hate and is reinforcing hateful constructs. So, you know, it's not just like, this was from September 19th, but this is not what I'm thinking about. This is from the video I'm looking for. I think it's on my YouTube page as well. I just don't know where it is, but it's about, but it's basically about like hoping that people can be charitable to one another and understanding that everyone is on an educational journey, and that being normal and being charitable to other people and just being like a cool person to be around is probably the greatest antidote to any kind of bigotry. And the intersectionality of privilege plays a role in this. Were you having a convo with someone at the time? No. What is this? No, this isn't. That is not the clip. My point is this. My point back then, and it remains, is this. Every single person living in the United States of America automatically has some level of privilege over people that live in the third world, for example. And that privilege causes people to have blind spots towards people living in the global south. That's just one example, right? A black man under the same intersectionality dynamic will obviously be less privileged than a white man, but will still, if they are cisgender, heterosexual, might have certain privileges or blind spots born out of certain privileges against a black woman or a trans woman, right? Ultimately, though, this is simply a principle that I abide by in understanding where people are coming from. Okay? Especially because I recognize that, was it this vid? HasnAbi's guide to de-radicalize your friends? No. At this stuff at all, okay? I don't know anything about educating children. This is not it, but this is from 2011. That's not what I'm looking for, though. The video I'm looking for is like from 2019 or 2018, chat. That's the video I'm looking for, and it's from it's literally, or did I say 2011? 2021, sorry. You look much better today. Maybe it's the camera. No, I just look much better now. In 2021, I was looking not great. Have you seen this? I found this legit scientific study. Yeah, I have. The legitimizing of white supremacy during a Twitch ban of HasnAbi. Yeah. I have seen this. It's from 2 university professors about my Twitch ban from 2023. Despite newer media technologies Alleviating barriers eventually for marginalized groups. Is this it?
Is that systemic racism just means a whole bunch of racist people who are racist individually got together and they were like, let's all be racist together? Or do you think systemic racism is something a little bit different? Something that is still certainly nefarious and may be guided by racist people or may be upheld by racist people, but is it institutionalized? Like that sort of disenfranchisement is built literally into the system. So even non-racist actors are inadvertently playing a part in that.
This could be it.
Say that there's, quote, institutional racism. That's basically saying that this country was built to put, colored people at a disadvantage or white people at an advantage.
Okay,
right?
By the way, that's literally what this country was built upon. I don't know if you're aware of this, but that literally was what this country was built upon, brother. You just said it yourself. Like, I mean, chattel slavery, dog. That's like the foundations of the United States as an empire were a consequence of genocide, and then our economy.
Okay, hold on.
Our economy literally. Wait. Let me finish my point. And
let me finish mine.
And our economy literally was engined by human slavery.
Yes, but to that argument, we also had a war between each other, the Civil War, to prevent slavery. So to say that this country is built on slavery, that's wrong because we went to war about it. So how is this country built on racism when we fought each other for it?
Well, did we fight each other at the inception of the country? Because it seems like everyone in a position of power at a specific point, leading all the way up to what you're referencing, people were in agreement by and large, all the way up to that point, that racism should have been preserved. And then still a big chunk of the country, a big chunk of the states, the United.
Who are you talking to? Back then, some random person. I used to debate more until I realized that it was like kind of idiotic and fostered an incredibly toxic environment. There's a lot of people online that have lied because I'm so open about saying that, like, I'm not the best debater and I don't really like debating in general, but I will do it if I see it to be necessary. I will do it if, there are people out there that I will do it if there are people out there with like massive audiences that are regularly contributing to misinformation. Here's a moment from 2019 where you used the phrase privileged blind spots.
Advocacy, we also still have to keep in mind the average apolitical privileged person. A lot of people have privileged blind spots. A lot of people have privileged blind spots where they're completely unaware of these sorts of issues. And it's unfortunately on us, and especially allies, right? Not trans people, especially allies, to be like, all right, hold on, here's what's going on, and let me describe this to you and do a decent job of describing what the issue is and why this is actually problematic. Okay?
God, you sound so young. It's just the mic, man. It makes sense to not be actively debating. It removes getting the point across in place of winning against your opponent. Personally, I wish you did more because I like the blood sport, but I understand why you don't like it. Yeah, the reasons why I don't like it is because people, the audience that debates attract are people that aren't necessarily interested in any sort of like political mobilization or real political movement. Oh, I think this is the one. I think you found it. I think this is literally the one. I was looking for this. This might be the reason. This might be the video. But my point is, debates can be instructive. Debates can be informative. Debates do have a tendency to change the minds of the 20% that are in the margins, right? 10% from one side, 10% from the other side. The rest of the people that are coming into the conversation, coming in to watch a debate, are firmly held. They have firmly held convictions, right? They have their perspective. They have their opinions. They have their worldview. They're not going to change it. They just want their interlocutor to be dominated. They want their champion, their intellectual champion, to destroy the other side's intellectual champion. And then there's some people who are a little bit more malleable. And there's value in reaching across the aisle and getting those people on your side. Having said that, however, when you consistently engage in debates over and over again, you end up creating an audience, you end up cultivating an audience that is truly toxic, that only wants that blood sport, that only wishes for you, the intellectual giant, to destroy others in the marketplace of ideas. People want more and more of that content, and it fosters a very toxic environment. There is definitely a moment in my career as a broadcaster that I can recall where I actually changed my mindset on this. It was, I believe, in the lead up to the 2020 election. I think it was in 2019, or maybe in 2020, if I'm not mistaken, where I used to be friends with Destiny, but we were, on the verge of falling out. But on top of that, there was a lot of people in my community that were, kind of hostile to guests that I would have on, that they constantly wanted me to like debate my guests. And one of those guests was Ryan Grimm. And I still remember at the time, I was like, why are people being so ruthless to my guest? Like, why are they trying to pick apart what he's saying and trying to own him, right? And I thought it was odd. I thought it was not only odd, but embarrassing as well. And because I'm relying on Ryan at that moment to offer additional perspective to people and give us insight. Like, he is supposed to be a person that has, like, I've chosen as a vehicle to deliver more information. It's not a person that I'm like trying to destroy or debate. And that's when I realized that is when I realized, like, damn, I think that constantly seeking out interlocutors to destroy in the marketplace of ideas fosters a community of people that aren't necessarily like-minded, but instead just simply want that over and over and over again. You explain it here. Real interest in maintaining a position. They are debate mercenaries. They have no real ideological rudder. They will debate both sides of an issue with the same level of passion.
Yes. It depends on who I'm arguing with. I mean, I know what he's getting at. He's trying to say that I'll take contrary positions on a thing. But if that's true, then give me an example. What's the thing that I'm a debate mercenary on?
When Destiny argues against conservatives, it seems like he comes down a lot harder on Israel. Well, yeah, usually because they're saying that Israel is doing nothing wrong. But when he argues against lefties, it seems like he comes down really hard on the Palestinians. Well, yeah, because lefties say Hamas does nothing wrong. Like, yeah, I mean, that's kind of what ends up happening because none of these conversations are good. They're all garbage.
I feel very confident that I could actually win a debate where I'm arguing in favor of flat Earth, just because you can always route it back to like esoteric physics concepts, and then the person looks like they've lost. When you go into a debate, if you don't really know the subject matter, you can kind of use like rhetoric and logic to kind of brute force your way through it if the other person's not as nimble.
I mean, this is 100% correct. He's absolutely correct on this. This is part of the reason why I also think that debates are not exactly debates aren't the best possible way to go on a journey of truth. Like many people regularly will say, people who enjoy debates will regularly try to moralize their content consumption and don't just like look at it as something that they're enjoying, but instead it's actually an educational journey that they're on. And debates are the best possible way to arrive at the truth, right? But that's not the case. Ben Shapiro could fucking destroy a climate scientist on the issue of climate change if the climate scientist, regardless of how correct he is, regardless of how knowledgeable he is not necessarily the best equipped at arguing those positions. Okay? That's it. People in Destiny's That doesn't mean that the climate scientist is wrong. That doesn't mean that Ben Shapiro is correct. He simply can appear correct. He simply can appear as a domineering force in that conversation. That's because the format itself lends itself, especially online, to people who are gifted rhetorically, people who are better orators. Destiny does this quite regularly. He doesn't have all the information. He is not the most knowledgeable on any of the subjects that he discusses. Oftentimes, he will assume a position and then move into investigate the position further by looking for talking points that he can use against his opponents. Like he tries to not necessarily dive deep into the subject matter and truly understand it, truly understand both sides and their motivations, for example, but instead he dives into the subject matter to find traps, intellectual traps that he can set up for his interlocutors in the future. He looks for talking points. This is something that Ben Shapiro does as well. Ben Shapiro is a very good debater for this reason. And so is Destiny for this reason. This is the reason why a lot of these people, Ben Shapiro and Destiny and many others that engage in debate, feel confident enough that they can actually destroy their interlocutors in the marketplace of ideas, even if the person that they're debating is actually more knowledgeable than they are. That's it. But this doesn't mean that they're correct. It simply means that they have they have a tendency to appear correct. And it's very frustrating because you end up making your audience less intellectually curious. You end up making your audience intellectually incurious people who are constantly seeking out talking points rather than any sort of additional truth seeking. Yeah, Charlie Kirk, Steven Crowder, these guys do basically the exact same method. That's why I find it unproductive usually.
But you're only doing this if you don't know what you're talking about, and it's an attempt to kind of like slide past the actual arguments because you can't address them.
I might not necessarily be right or wrong, but they're arguments that I've thought about before. It's not that I'm smart, it's that the person I'm talking to is usually incredibly unprepared.
It's not like my position is hidden. I'm just not going to argue every single possible point that I have if I show up to argue with somebody about something, right?
If I can find some guy that's really confident in his positions, it's super loud about him online, I'm about to get a 300,000 view YouTube video roasting and grilling the fuck out of them on my stream, right? That's what we do, right? We're debate bros.
What is winning?
The person deletes their account after.
If they
or gets fired from their job.
Humiliated.
Yeah.
Like, how do you feel after you win?
It's like doing cocaine for the first time again, every time.
When I debate somebody, I want to be really fucking brutal, and then I want that person to like feel like an idiot. I want them to look like an idiot. If I make your content creator look like an idiot, well, now you kind of feel like an idiot. That doesn't feel good. I'm the debater archetype.
Yeah. You do the same shit. You act like you are knowledgeable and act like you are. You do the same shit, bud. I would like for you to present some examples if you possibly could. Like, there are issues that I'm not the most knowledgeable on, and I will be, I will readily admit it. I don't know why people immediately go, oh, this is projection. Especially when I'm talking about something like a position that I've held for a very long time, for specifically the concept of debates. Like the concept of debating online. Bud, Mod's precision strike the second he's off camera. This is a joke. No, don't ban that person immediately. I wanna hear what he has to say. But basically, my point is this, okay? When you don't have a moral compass or something that guides you through the world, like when you don't have like a empathetic approach to all subjects, okay? And you're simply invested in destroying destroying your ideological opponents in the marketplace of ideas, the audience that you foster in that process is not invested in a political project usually. They're just simply invested in you destroying people. They like the pseudo-intellectual wrestling component. They like the drama. Does that make sense? And I don't like the toxicity that brings on, because then you're kind of at the whims of your audience. They constantly want you to burn bridges. They constantly want you to write manifestos and drop nukes on people. And not only do I think that is unproductive in creating both class consciousness or creating a larger tent of like-minded individuals that you're not supposed to immediately cast aside, which is something that I routinely advocate against in this community, regardless of what people think of me or this community. This is something that I have time and time again railed against chatters on when they're so unimaginably uncharitable, right? Like, I have a very open goal. I want people to what? This is so cringe. Bring the guy on stream. Stop reacting to 6-year-old clips that are designed to make him look bad. Lamau attack. What are you? I don't know. I don't even know what you're talking about. Are you talking about Destiny? 6-year-old clips? I think this is like new shit. But regardless, this is not about Destiny at all. This is more so about the concept of debate and the toxic audience that it attracts. And I think you're kind of proving that point that I was making. Do you see what I mean? I feel like a lot of time you'll disregard people's view and bash them if they don't align with yours. I don't know. Like you say, you say you're a socialist, but actively benefiting from capitalism. Sorry to be rash in my first comment. Wait. But it has nothing to do with the first comment that you said. The first thing that you said was that I present myself as the most knowledgeable person and then immediately try to like bully and ridicule the person I'm talking to. And there's plenty of moments where I do that, but that's usually after the charitability has gone away, where I see someone and treat them as a hostile factor. It usually takes a decent amount for me to get there. It usually takes a decent amount of charity to erode for me to get to that position. And I only do it if it's like, it's pattern recognition to a certain degree. I only do it when like people are very clearly coming from a different community with a specific purpose to actively brigade or to actively disrupt, to actively derail. That's usually when I yell. As far as the socialist but actively benefiting from capitalism goes, it is impossible to not exist under capitalism, just so you understand. If you are truly interested in understanding this, there is no way to exist outside of those confines. But in terms of like the commodities that I produce or my own personal the way that I generate revenue, the way that I create value, I try to keep to the most ethical ways of producing content as possible. I think many people's disagreements with me do not stem from an actual hypocrisy, but one that is envisioned by people that say, oh, no, you have a moral system that I think you have, and I'm applying my standards to you, and I will not actually understand what your standards are. So I think it comes from, it's a misunderstood moral system that you have created that you apply to people. But if you're truly interested in understanding, there is no, I'm not making I'm not advocating for like salary caps or anything of that nature. And I think that this is a very this is a very common misunderstood perspective where people think like, well, socialism means everybody makes the same money. Socialism means everybody lives in a brutalist architecture, government housing. Depending on where you are on the reactionary pipeline, you might even personally think socialism means nobody has a toothbrush. Communism means I take your toothbrush, comrade. I mean, these things are not correct. However, even if they are incorrect, it's something that a lot of people believe. So when the majority believes it, who cares what the truth is, right? That's it. I told someone I love democracy and told me I'm a socialist. That couldn't be true. You and your sycophants won't research conspicuous consumption. Look it up. I think if you want to understand my worldview, there are a million instances where I've brought forth commodity consumption and the ways in which I actually disagree with other prominent socialists. Like, this is not dogmatic. You know what I mean? I'm not an orthodox Marxist. I hope you understand and can be charitable about this. I think everyone deserves nice things, and that socialism inherently is not a poverty cult. It's simply what people have decided is a poverty cult. Like, other people have just decided that it is a poverty cult, so now you have to abide by the standards that I have presented for you.
Destructive instead of constructive in my conversations.
Maybe the point of a debate is actually to try and bring people together and talk about things that are important to us rather than to tear each other down.
Okay. I'm constantly tearing down, and I can show somebody why their argument is bad, but then when you walk away from it at the end, I'm just like a destructive force.
Anyway. But yeah, in terms of, I think one of the funniest things that people yell at me about is like claiming that I'm inconsistent or claiming that I am audience captured, because many of the incidents that happen online is me not being audience captured, is me railing against the chatter because they're pissing me off, because they're so like hardlined. They're such like severe hardliners in the way that they approach everything, in the way that they don't want to be charitable to people who are exhibiting like certain forms of bigotry or whatever. And it's ironic because it kind of it goes back to the debate sophistry as well, where they kind of do that, like leftists and progressives kind of do that as well. And it's something that I'm very frustrated by, because I think it's unproductive if your goal is to try to change people's minds. So they will in the same exact moment, they will say like, oh, he is audience captured, and that's why he assumes certain positions even if he doesn't like actually believe it. But then they'll simultaneously show moments where I'm actually not audience captured, where I'm yelling at someone in my audience because I disagree with the way that they are approaching the subject matter. And they'll be like, oh, he hates his audience, he's getting owned by his own audience or whatever. But are those hardliners and not just trolls? Why not ignore them when it comes to clear? They're hardlining for the sake of pissing you off. I think that it can still be instructive. Like I said, if we were all sitting in a stadium where there's 30,000 people in an arena, and if you were to look to your left and look to your right, there would be at least one thing that you have changed your mind on, either before you found this community or after you found this community. It makes sense. A lot of the things that I talk about, the subject matter that I approach, like the perspective that I have, is oftentimes new for people. The perspectives that I hold are not necessarily super commonplace. It's not something that you learn and take for granted in the same way that you learn and take for granted transphobia, for example, or misogyny, or bigotries of every sort. But here I am talking about my perspective all the way back, I believe in 2019, talking about my attitude towards debate.
People in Destiny's community know your position. If you keep getting stuck on it so much, it shows that you seem triggered, therefore losing in the marketplace of ideas, which, by the way, is also indicative that, like, most people's understanding of debates are fucking idiotic. Further evidence that debates are not good for arriving at the truth and just simply about overwhelming your opponent rhetorically.
Yeah. That's what it is. That's what I think debates are. And that can still be productive. That can still be productive. Make no mistake. Especially when you use that format to eviscerate and destroy the talking points of someone who is ideologically your enemy. Okay? But if you are engaging in debate for the spirit of debate, because that's your primary form of content, you're inevitably going to run out of shit that you care about, and you are going to start debating the efficacy of child pornography or the ethics of accruing CSAM. Like, that's it. That's insane. That's anyway. Or you're going to find contrarian positions to argue against because you're arguing for the sake of argument. You're arguing for the sake of, like, winning an argument. And the community to cultivate in that process is invested not in an ideological project or the maintenance of one, but instead invested simply in the thrill of destroying your enemies. And they will then turn around and fight those battles for you as well, as evidenced by the many different people that chimed in while I was watching that brief snippet. People who are fighting the battles of someone else as loyal soldiers. For a lot of those people, we might have a shared perspective. We might have a shared worldview. You know what I mean? But they've lost that perspective. In that moment, they're simply a part of a community. And they like the sense of identity and the sense of community they get from participating in these sorts of actions. They like being a part of the process. They like being a part of the blood sport themselves. Anyway, I think you're right about most stuff. I just don't understand the need to sign an exclusive streaming contract with Amazon when you know it's only done to support Amazon and push people to get Amazon Prime and peddle their ass. To me, declining an exclusive contract with Amazon seems like the bare minimum. Well, you don't have to have this argument any longer, because not only do I not have a contract with Amazon any longer, even though I still am technically on an Amazon platform, I also no longer serve ads. So I guess that talking point kind of falls apart, don't you think? And ultimately, no, of course, the reason why I take an Amazon contract is because I know how to fucking play ball. I have to. And even in that process, when I took a contract with Amazon, I could have very easily gotten millions of fucking dollars to serve 6 minutes or 10 minutes of ads an hour. You still took the money though? Yeah, I don't have an issue with this. I don't know why you think there is a problem with this. Nobody forced you to accept the contract. It seems like you came in and you made it seem as though you were charitable, but it doesn't seem like you are actually interested in hearing my perspective. I know how to play ball, which allows me charitability as a person who still is invested in having a large enough platform that I can have the most amount of impact. Okay? Yes, I don't have an issue peddling the ads of Amazon, especially when the contract that I took on was advocated to make sure that I ran the least amount of ads that I can without making sure that I had any additional problems. At the time when the contract renegotiations were happening 2 years ago, That's such copelam out. Play ball, drop ball, morals, and political beliefs. Brother, I am an online content creator. I don't know why you think just admit you're greedy and move on, bro. Okay. Notice how this conversation started with like some semblance of charitability and very quickly turned into just admit you're greedy and move on, bro. Let's say that I am. What changes about the arguments that I've presented? Let's say that I love capitalism. I'm a capitalist. I love capitalism. Do you have a disagreement now with any number of different arguments that I present? Sure, I'm a capitalist. I'm a greedy capitalist. Okay. Now let's talk about the things that I talk about. Do you have an issue with any of the things that I talk about? Are you simply that simple-minded that you're just like, oh, dude, socialism means no ads? Yes, because you present as anti-capitalism. No, I'm not. I just said that I love capitalism. I am not anti-capitalist at all. There you go. I love capitalism. Now let's discuss for-profit healthcare. Let's discuss why we don't have public education all the way up to college. Do you have an issue with those things? Yeah, I'm a capitalist. I still like labor unions. Do you have an issue with that? People don't want to tackle the things that I advocate for, so they immediately just go straight to the straight to the speaker, straight to the person, the messenger, because they don't want to tackle or talk about the actual message. And instead, they go, "You're a bad person. You're hypocritical." Okay, I love capitalism. You got me. Do you guys understand, for everyone else in the chat, do you understand why it is unproductive if my community was full of people like this and they would constantly go into the chats of other people and would fight these battles? I think that it would be gross and shitty and lame. This is entirely the reason why I think simply debating for the purpose of debating is idiotic and creates like a very toxic environment. The problem is that people like you, the largest advocates for socialism, are unable to do the bare minimum to live along the socialist ideals. Brother, I already said I'm a capitalist. You're still arguing against the old me. Okay? Our movement will never get anywhere. Our movement. When the largest leader of the movement can live along the social ideals. By the way, I never even was able to address this part. When the contract renegotiations were happening with Twitch, at the time they had actually stopped the process of offering the more favorable split of subscription revenue. So the only opportunity I had to maintain my same subscription revenue split was if I got a contract. They changed that. Luckily, they don't have this anymore. But at the time, that was the case. So of course, I was like, I have to get a contract. And the only way that I could get a contract is if I ran ads. Now that I don't have this contract, I no longer run ads. So that should be proof for many people, right? If you were truly interested in understanding my worldview, you would be like, well, let me interrogate this a little bit. Let me examine this a little bit. If you're not interested in that at all and simply are there for the blood sport and your job is to try to ridicule your opponent, then this is what you do. You quickly move on and go, nobody forced you to accept the contract, and then you act like you are actually a true socialist. Okay? Our movement will never get anywhere when the largest leader of the movement can live along those social ideals. What are the standards for what you think is living along socialist ideals? So you never had to take a contract to push military ads, funnel people into Amazon Prime, but you still did it for the quick bag? No, I did. I just explained it to you. There's also additional reasons as to why. I think probably one of the best reasons is because, like I said, if you play ball, then they will let you continue to play ball. If you are generating revenue for your bosses, okay? If you're generating revenue for your bosses, then they let you interview, for example, someone like Chris Smalls. They let you interview people who are directly contributing to the profit margins of your bosses being harmed. It's a give and take. sometimes you have to play ball as long as you are not dropping your principles. I don't have an issue running ads in general. There are, however, plenty of ads that I do not run, plenty of sponsorships that I've actually willingly cast aside. I openly talk about that. A bare necessities budget would be the bare minimum. I don't think a hyper-capitalist lifestyle is good. A bare necessities budget. So can I ask you something? In all seriousness, why are you still invested in this Hasan, you're a socialist thing? I'm not. I'm a capitalist. I love capitalism. I asked you to argue against positions that I have, like, you know, moving American society in the direction of a social democracy, for example. This is what I believe. This is something that I'm very public about. Free healthcare, free education, and the like. Why are you so simple-minded as to constantly go, you're a socialist and socialism is a poverty cult and you need to abide by these standards that I placed upon you, instead of having a more productive, more intellectual conversation about the issues that you have supposedly with the things that I advocate for? Is it perhaps because you don't necessarily care and it's more so just to, once again, in your own weird way, try to ridicule your interlocutor in the marketplace of ideas? Do you have any specific policy prescriptions to treat free healthcare and free education? Everything you say is just vibes-based analysis? Well, there are plenty of videos that you can watch that I have done over the course of the past 10 years, I would say, on all of those issues. Maybe you should go and watch them and then come back, because this is ultimately the reason why I ban debating or annoying derailers, because they're simply invested in drama baiting. And I was having a different conversation here, and there's 30,000 other people. And I think ultimately it becomes far too unproductive. I'm not going to sit here and go over this over and over again for one singular individual. No, you banned them because you lost every argument? Sure. And not because you're being unimaginably selfish. You only debate train and XQC. First of all, that's not true. And I think you know that as well. I debate people when I find it to be productive, if they have a large enough audience that have individuals that I can potentially change the minds on. Don't forget Willie McLemore. I know. And the 15-year-old Israeli that bodied you. At a certain point, I think people understand exactly what's going on. We've gone far past that point. But hey, I almost want to fucking bring you up on guest star. I wonder where this guy came from. Yeah, I know. Like, imagine me being like, listen, do you have an issue with my advocacy for socialized medicine? And you go, my favorite idiotic drama farmer actually made a video on you, openly admitted that he actually didn't even know that I was covering BBC's analysis, a video that I actually watched pieces of and realized he was actually clipping things that I was saying that I was against to make it seem as though I was in favor, like, for example, Russia invading Ukraine. And no, you didn't ask me to debate specific policy. You asked me about how I would implement socialized medicine when I've talked about it over and over again over the course of the past 10 years. If you have any sort of counter examples or any sort of counter arguments off of this pre-existing coverage, considering that you seemingly have many disagreements with me, then you should be able to come in and bring those points up. This was ironically something that I brought up with Willie Mack as well. I was like, Willie, you seemingly have a very, you seemingly have this this very serious conviction, right? You have all of these like these convictions against like what I do. Can you please bring them up? And he was like, well, watch my YouTube video. I was like, okay. Why are you coming in here with no actual fucking firmly held conviction other than fuck Hasan? Okay? That's it. You can't cite the dozens of videos in which you read tweets and claim that you have a policy prescriptive on how to achieve free healthcare and education. If you simply think that all of my commentary comes from reading Twitter posts, okay? Especially when you're here a week after I had the fucking Federal Trade Commissioner, okay? The commissioner of the FTC, Ta-Nehisi Coates, where I routinely interview politicians, routinely interview people that are directly a part of the legislative process, activists, organizers, then I'm afraid that we can't have a normal conversation because you're just not equipped enough to have this conversation. And Stavros as well. Bro, I'm asking for one policy. Holy shit. So you're admitting that you have no understanding of any of the policies that I have advocated for. Am I getting that right? Because I didn't just give one policy example, I gave multiple in terms of universal health care, inevitably moving towards a nationalized structure, or free college education. These are both policies. It's not vibes-based at all. These are policies that are implemented in countries like the one I come from, Turkey. Turkey has a nationalized healthcare structure, and on top of that, there's also private elements as well. Turkey also has free public education, buzzwords. What do you think policies are? Get rid of the time waster. He's distracting you on purpose. I know. I want him to clarify. What is your counter argument against having a universal healthcare system in the United States of America? What is your, I did clarify, my message isn't showing up. You can't just cite the dozens of videos in which you read tweets and claim you have a policy prescribed on how to achieve free healthcare and education. I am for universal healthcare. Oh, you are? Oh, fantastic. So what's your disagreement with my advocacy for universal healthcare? I think that considering that healthcare across the board, okay, whether it's pharmaceuticals or any sort of medical care whatsoever, is a good with inelastic demand, that there should either be severe market regulations implemented by the federal government, or it should not be for profit at all. That is the reason why I am an advocate for universal health care. If you're an advocate for universal health care as well, I suspect that you and I do not have any disagreements on this. So far, it doesn't seem like we have any policy disagreements at all. You've just simply, once again, instead of addressing any of the actual issues that you might have with any of the things that I advocate for, have consistently brought the conversation back to silly things like, oh, you read a lot of tweets. It's not true. Okay? Or your perspective is informed by tweets. Not true at all. This is a perspective that I've had for many years at this point. You're also, your biggest argument against me is that I am a socialist living a hyper-capitalist lifestyle. You're just saying buzzwords. Providing a basic definition does not constitute a policy. You need to outline specific budget changes to implement universal health care. All your analysis is vibes-based. Chatter. This is why I said go and watch one of these videos, one of these many different videos that I've done, whether it be an advocacy for single payer healthcare or any kind of like socialized medicine, any kind of videos I've done on socialized medicine, because unpacking for the purpose of one singular individual who very clearly in the videos in which you read tweets, that's not true. There are, however, tweets that I do rely on. You do know why, right? I have also made this, I've also made this known time and time again. I use Twitter, and I'm still on Twitter, specifically because all of the journalists that I trust, that I'm friends with, are also on Twitter. That is where they break their stories. Oftentimes, the tweets that I'm reading are not like summaries that some random person came up with, but instead, actual journalists that are summarizing the stories that they're breaking in the process of breaking those stories. If you personally think that your method of consumption, your primary method of understanding the world is better than mine, which is, I assume, considering the talking points that you've dished out so far, you come from Destiny's community, is to read Wikipedia articles summarizing those positions, then yeah, to each their own. When I'm engaging in news coverage, of course I'm going to look at journalists that are breaking their stories, people that work at think tanks that are writing out their analysis before they go on CNN to talk about that very same analysis. We just, I guess, have a disagreement. You like it when it's summarized and spoon-fed to you with a specific point of view from Wikipedia summarizations. That's it. This is not going to work. Saying like, I can read tweets too. Especially when virtually no one, I fucking hate D. Okay, well then you're a uniquely stupid person and somehow worse than the many DDG operatives that are in this chat waiting for their opportunity in the spotlight, just like you took over, because you're using his talking points without actually even trying to understand what my position is or what I've done. You're just in it for the sake of being, for the sake of having a moment in the spotlight where someone who you personally have emphasized as a person of importance, offering you a little bit of acknowledgement. One that you can't get from your immediate friends and family, I assume. So this is where you're being a bad child right here. Anyway, the point that I was making had nothing to do with debate lording. The point that I was making originally was not even supposed to be about just debating, but instead the intersectionality of privilege. Something that I've talked about quite a bit. What position that you deserve a mansion under capitalism? Nobody deserves anything. I don't know what you're talking about. I deserve a mansion under capitalism is not a important part of my commentary. It's not even a part of my commentary at all. No guest star. It was getting so funny. Yeah, I read one crazy person. There's probably going to be a lot of people. Anyway, we're going to talk about the intersectionality of privilege.
Shapiro type, who it's not like Ben Shapiro turned statute of limitations on racism. I think the fact that their apologies are so, you know, I hope I was a little bit more helpful and you know, you guys got to see how I genuinely feel. This conversation is really what is the statute of limitations on racism? I think the fact that their apologies are so tone deaf shows that they actually haven't changed. And what is the litmus test for who should be canceled? Okay, say the F word, but not be like Ben Shapiro. Does it depend on who's affected by those words?
I'm gonna have a thread on Twitter canceling me now, probably. The thing is, like, I obviously also participate in this. Like, I obviously also participate in cancel culture, as do most of you. But the way I look at it is, like, if they've demonstrated, for me, it's like demonstrating that they are doing this. They know better. They're doing this despite knowing better, and they consistently have done this. And maybe they're profiting in one way, shape, or form by doing that problematic behavior. Those are some elements that, and that's just
like, dude, look at this. Okay, look. This is why I said debates bring forth the most like insane, the most toxic audience. After making millions, lol, copium, you could have done what Asman did for the past year. You could have avoided ads by being unpartnered like Asman did. Wholly disingenuous. You just lie about everyone who disagrees with you. Try and engage honestly. Making bad arguments for a good cause is worse than making good arguments for something bad. Be better. Making bad arguments for a good cause is worse than making good arguments for something bad. If you stop at slogans, we will never get there. You need to support a plan to implement these policies, not just the slogans. Anything that moves, any legislative action that moves America away from profit seeking in the healthcare sector, I am on board with. That is why I say that ultimately I want a nationalized healthcare system, but I am perfectly accepting of any kind of addition to expanding Medicare. Okay? Like, I was a fucking advocate for Sherrod Brown's expansion of Medicare to the age of 55. Okay? That's it. There are bills written for it, and I have advocated for them over and over again. It's so, like, I don't know. Oh my God. You're getting yelled at by people who don't believe in anything. I know. It's ironic because you're not even making any argument whatsoever. You're just sole purpose in this chat right now. Your sole purpose in this chat is to present yourself as though you are with the cause, comrade, while simultaneously just like derailing. This is the other part of the problem. Every single time I bring up a person, okay, every single time I bring up a person and, you know, give them attention that they're so desperately seeking and they feel ridiculed, other people who are like-minded also come in and go, oh, well, that guy was stupid. I got this. Hold on. Let me do this. And then you repeat the same fucking idiotic points over and over again. Yeah. Be unpartnered so you get less subscription revenue. The revenue that you're generating, get less of that. That's the socialist method. It's the exact opposite of socialism. What the fuck do you mean? And it's a dude who's been following since 2019. It's like always the same. It's always the same shit. It's like Destiny fans who maybe even were fans of mine when we were collaborating with one another, who then developed this like unimaginable resentment. And the question I always ask people is just like, how can you be charitable in this situation? Like, you have developed a worldview that is unimaginably hostile to everything that I say. That is going to lead you astray time and time again. I hope you understand that. Like, if Ben Shapiro tomorrow started advocating for socialized medicine, I'd be skeptical of it, okay? But I wouldn't fucking advocate against socialized medicine automatically. My point is, a lot of people that don't have any sort of like intellectual or ideological rudder, no investment in the politics of it all, will turn around and advocate for the dumbest fucking shit. Sometimes you even find yourself defending Israel's genocide of Palestinians if your perspective is simply to follow whatever your favorite online personality is advocating for at any particular moment. You are going to come across like a fucking idiot to many people if you don't make up your own goddamn mind. If you don't lead from a position of empathy, if you don't have any sort of investment, and you're simply a fan, you're simply a super fan for an online content creator, myself included, by the way, okay? Then at a certain point, you're constantly going to find yourself wrong, okay? And that's what it is. You're This is it. This is what happens so much. How many times are you going to find yourself wrong because you repeated someone who was also wrong until you figure out, like, maybe I should seek out other places for information? What? Nobody cares about your takes as much as you think. The majority of people want to see good clips of a news in a concise format. That's why you just lost 10K viewers, because you're debating right now. Wait, I went from 30,000 to 20,900 viewers. Do you think that was 10,000 people? When I started the process of talking to someone, I went from 30,300 people to 29,900 people. Do you think that's 10,000 people? That's why you just lost 10K viewers, because you're debating right now and not showing the news, not trying to be rude, just trying to help you understand. Are you okay? I don't know why these people try so desperately to be like, I want to break your spirit. Like, you're not going to do anything. Yeah, that gray name wants to help you because you have no experience streaming and need help to build your channel. I know. Thank you for the help. I think I'll continue doing what I'm doing.
For me, you guys can have a completely different element here. Again, and by the way, Shinoge is not wrong. Like, I'm a white passing dude. They call me the sand N-word every day, but it doesn't bother me. I come from Turkey, which is largely like an imperial power. So of course, my history is of the oppressor, even though we don't have a racial dynamic similar to the one in America. But like I said, I personally have no dog in this fight, so it's hard. Like, when it comes to racism or when it comes to homophobia, like, it doesn't impact me. So I can't speak about that from the position of someone who genuinely is hurt by these words. And I also do understand the necessity for cleaning up language, as you guys also know. And what I mean by that is, I understand the necessity of cleaning up language, because, like, certain terms and certain stereotypes have been used as a tool to oppress marginalized people historically. So of course I get that. So of course I understand when people use the F word, for example, like why they're doing that, and or why that's problematic. Do you guys see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not discounting the entirety of all of that. I knew you would like that, dude. I knew you would like that, Space. God damn it. I haven't listened to it yet. Words have power. That's like Witchcraft 101. I love that. Like, the thing I don't understand is, like, when it comes to cancel culture and when it comes to identity politics as a whole, sometimes, and of course I obviously believe in that, but there are certain elements of it where, like, for example, when we can't fucking get mad at John McCain, even though he's a horrific person, like, he's a horrific piece of shit, but we can't get mad at John McCain because the media portrays him as a darling, that he is a rather polite person when the cameras are on. So what? Is it okay that he's a fucking war criminal? Is it a heartwarming moment when a person who sanctioned George W. Bush, a very modern day war criminal who has caused so much unnecessary conflict around the world, or Dick Cheney? Is it heartwarming when George W. Bush shares a fucking chocolate with Michelle Obama at John McCain's funeral? Why? Because they haven't said the fucking N-word? Who's worse, George W. Bush or some random dipshit who doesn't know any better, who fucking says the N-word while they're singing along to a song? Let's have that conversation. This is what really frustrates me, because that is the blind spot that we have. That we always assume, like, a lot of people always assume, like, oh, if someone is saying something wrong, there must be an evil person. And it doesn't take into account that, like, people aren't that way. People have bad thoughts. Some people are stupid and they actually say those bad things. And yeah, being good or bad is completely subjective too. Thank you, Brad. You're absolutely right. So that's what genuinely frustrates me when we talk about these sort of when we talk about this sort of stuff. I mean, we just say like, oh, there's context, there's nuance, but like ultimately, okay, look, I'm telling you, George W. Bush tortured people, literally fucking tortured people. He is one of the worst criminals, one of the worst war criminals of all time. George W. Bush. People love him. Because what? We're not canceling George W. Bush because he didn't say the fucking N-word, or he didn't say the F-word. Is that why? That's why we're not canceling George W. Bush? Like, that's what I mean. Like, do you see how silly that sounds when you... Oh, okay, sorry, Shinoge. I thought you were saying that, like, I was aggravating you. But yeah, mad is ableist. Lame is ableist. I talked about this already. Mad is an ableist slur. Lame is an ableist slur. Insane is an ableist slur. Crazy is an ableist slur. You guys see what I'm saying? So, like, you need to analyze things from thinking, like, you need to always think about what it was like back then, what the culture was like back then. That isn't saying that, like, you know, that isn't to say that fuck, I don't know, that isn't, Jesus Christ, I'm getting a lot of notifications, sorry. The girlfriend tweet has blown up. I said something like, girls out here really trying to go to escape rooms for a date.
A former friend of mine told me Delulu is ableist. Hasan is so much calmer here. Yeah. True leftist recycling even content. Okay. There's a necessity to not just debate this shit, but bring these ideas out in the real world and talk directly to real people. Like, we got to act in solidarity. Anyways, debating a streamer for the sake of a gotcha is just a waste of time when there's work to be done. Why add fuel to the fire when you can put out the fire through actions? I mean, I don't know who you're talking to. I don't know if you're talking to me. When you started streaming debating chat, your whole stream, it was exhausting. Yeah. That's why I stopped doing that, for the record, because I think it's unproductive and kind of stupid. And I end up rehashing the same shit over and over again. What was the other point where I bring back the intersectionality of privilege? Because the point I'm trying to make here basically is that the other good bit starts at 32. Okay, the point I'm trying to make is, and this is a consistent position I've held over many, many years at this point, is that everybody has blind spots, no matter how quote unquote woke they present themselves as or think that they are. Everyone, okay? And those blind spots come from not really critically examining certain things, not really critically examining the means of existence, the way that people operate, the way people live in the real world, right? And that's why you should always be charitable. And I think that the other part of it is that many people are not charitable for a multitude of different reasons. One, because they've been hurt before. They've been hurt. If you're a black person and someone is engaging in a microaggression against you, you've been hurt by people like that, and it presents a real danger to you in that moment. So you understandably engage in an act of defense, in an act of self-defense. Okay. Now the problem with that is that sometimes you can attribute ascribe malice to a person when they're simply ignorant. Okay. Being charitable in that process is a good thing overall, because you can get a lot more done in terms of solidarity, in terms of changing people's minds, by being charitable and talking to them and trying to get them to understand your position. So the opposite is also true. You're right that there are instances where people will obviously take advantage of your charitability, but your starting point should always still be understanding where people are coming from. Okay? Because you don't want to end up pushing people away when they could have actually come to recognize your point of view. understand where you're coming from.
The Kyoto kimono industry was revitalized. So, like, when we look at cultural appropriation, a lot of times I feel like we just look at it from, we just kind of look at it and say, oh, I don't really like that. That seems like this is something that could be mad at. This seems like something that people could be mad at. So I'm just gonna either A, not do it, or B, when other people are piling onto someone, I'll just like participate by liking or sharing or retweeting or whatever, and I'll feel a little bit better about myself. I'll show everyone else how fucking woke I am personally, and that is damaging. It's damaging because, like, while I don't think we should concede to our oppressors, or I don't think that we should concede to the other side when it comes to really honorable causes, ultimately, like ending systemic racism, like fighting against racism, classism, sexism of all sorts and all fronts. When we do that sort of stuff, when we just like retweet someone dunking on another person to feel better about ourselves and to say like, look at me, I'm being a good ally. That's genuinely, like, there are a lot of people in the margins. There are a lot of people who have, there are a lot of people in the margins and a lot of people who are privileged who haven't necessarily had the time to develop an understanding for those that they are marginalizing or oppressing, that we're pushing away because we come across as incredibly authoritarian and incredibly rigid and impossible to fucking reason with. So what I always try to do personally in my life and also in my commentary is try to sell this concept. To try to sell them. To try to sell everyone the talking points that I am dishing out, rather than, you know, when you are interested in a culture and actually learn about it to integrate it into your life, it's okay, but you shouldn't wear cultural heritages as a costume.
I think that's the point. This new meta is fucking crazy. Letting past you carry the stream for present you. 10 head move. Yeah. Do you understand, though, that perhaps this offers a little bit better insight into where I'm coming from? Before we move on, which is that everyone has a lot of, everyone has privileged blind spots that they leave unexamined. And if you understand that everyone is imperfect and understand where people's like immediate slights are coming from, immediate instances of bigotry are coming from, both past or present, and can maintain a level of charitability and not immediately attribute malice to something born out of ignorance, and that ignorance born out of the social conditioning that people are privy to, you can be a better communicator of progressive values. Okay? You can put your best foot forward. Anyway, shouldn't you turn off ad block for that YouTuber ethical reacts? Okay, dude, I know you're joking, but please, here, take a second off. Enough. Please, oh my God.
The caucus and the party made its decision. They made it their choice, and I respect the outcome of the results, and we're moving forward.
Today, Democratic Congressman Jerry Connolly of Virginia was elected by his caucus to be the ranking member of the House Oversight Committee. That's the highest ranking member of the minority party, the Democrats. Connolly, who is 74 and was just diagnosed with esophageal cancer, beat back a challenge from 35-year-old progressive Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez amid calls for a new generation of leadership in the Democratic Party. As Democrat Don Bayer of Virginia, a Connolly ally, put it, quote, Jerry's a young 74, cancer notwithstanding. Now, to be clear, I'm sure Jerry Connolly will do a fine job as the ranking Democrat on oversight. I understand his colleagues respect him. I understand the way seniority works in Congress, which has been there forever. Often there's a reason for it. You learn a lot over the years. But in light of everything that has happened over the past decade, it does feel like Democrats still have not learned a pretty important lesson here. Back in 2013, when some liberals called for the retirement of Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, then President Barack Obama invited Ginsburg, at the time an 80-year-old cancer survivor, to an now infamous lunch meeting. The president gently implied that it was time for her to pass the torch before the 2014 midterms, when Democrats were expected to lose the Senate, making it impossible to replace her with another ideological liberal on the court. Ginsburg refused to step aside.
You're 83. You're the oldest serving member on the Supreme Court. How long do you think you can do this?
At my age, you have to take it year by year. I know I'm okay this year. What will be next year? I'm hopeful, however, because my most senior colleague, the one who most recently retired, Justice John Paul Stevens, stepped down at age 90, so I have a way to go.
Republicans retook the Senate in 2014, and they held it until 2021. Ruth Bader Ginsburg died in September 2020 at the age of 87, 3 years after that interview and 7 years after her meeting with Obama. Donald Trump and the Republican Senate, just a few months before the election, replaced her with conservative Justice Amy Coney Barrett, further cementing conservative control of the court for generations to come and facilitating the end of Roe v. Wade. You would think that would have been enough for Democrats to start taking the age issue seriously, but it was not. In April of last year, President Joe Biden announced he was running for re-election, even though he was the oldest man to ever serve as president and was also clearly having a hard time communicating at the level necessary to occupy the bully pulpit. It wasn't until over a year later, when Biden gave a cataclysmic performance in his first debate with Donald Trump, that the Democrats changed course. After a wrenching, excruciating process just months out from the election, Biden, again, to his credit, finally stepped aside under enormous pressure. But he clearly didn't do so under the conditions, we can say in retrospect, that would have been best for Democrats to run a winning campaign. You would think that would have been enough for Democrats to start taking the age issue seriously. But it was not. Jerry Connolly won that vote today. And he did so thanks in part to former Speaker Nancy Pelosi whipping votes for him. Now, again, to her credit, enormous credit, Pelosi did choose to step aside and relinquish her job as House Minority Leader.
From a hospital bed, fresh off of a hip replacement surgery. This is a gerontocracy. And I don't know if the Democrats will ever fix this problem. They find new ways to be depraved, in my opinion. She literally whipped votes for a 74-year-old with cancer against a popular 35-year-old for a prominent position in the Democratic Party that would at least bring in some new blood. From a fucking hospital bed. As a 85-year-old.
To a new generation of leadership. She also played an enormous role in the successful effort to push Joe Biden to step aside this summer, which was very hard to do and I think the right thing to do. But now Pelosi whipped votes to make sure that Connolly got the oversight job over the young star in the party, even as the 84-year-old Pelosi is recovering from hip surgery after suffering a fall. It feels like a moment of genuine madness. And look, no one wants to think about their own mortality. I sure as heck don't. There are lots of people who live very long, active lives, well into their 80s, 90s even. John Paul Stevens lived years after he retired from the court at the age of 90. But as a general matter, this is a very risky undertaking for everyone. And Democrats are not taking this issue seriously, despite everything that's happened, but they need to. Democratic Senator Jeanne Shaheen of New Hampshire just said she's undecided if she will run for another 6-year term in 2026 when she will be 79 years old. And again, this is nothing against Senator Shaheen personally, but according to Pew polling from just last year, 79% of Americans support age limits for politicians in Washington. That is a striking, overwhelming number in today's polarized environment. 79% of Americans don't agree on anything, but they agree on this. And Democrats should listen.
Someone in the chat said this is giving like late stage like Soviet collapse vibes. We talk about Stalinism, and yet we didn't take any of the good parts of the USSR and only do the bad shit.
Sorry, Trevor, how you doing?
Not even the collapse of the USSR. I'm talking straight up, like, the notion that you have to be in this position of power due to simple seniority, whether you can do the task or not, doesn't matter. We're just always going to give flowers to loyalty. We're always going to give credit to loyalty, and we'll elevate you even if you're a graceful loser, blah, 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 all this shit. Yeah, I know Stalin's in late stage. I'm saying that it's not even late stage USSR. None of the good shit. No public housing. No industrialization. None of the good initiatives. Only the bad.
Overnight suggested that Liz Cheney broke laws. And I'm wondering if you think what your reaction is to that and whether she should be prosecuted.
It is a ridiculous idea. It's political retribution, pure and simple. It has nothing to do with breaking the law.
Have you talked to Pam Bondi or Kash Patel about this?
I haven't spoken to either of them ever.
Have they reached out? Has Kash Patel's team or Pam Bondi's team reached out to you for a meeting?
Bondi did a week or 10 days ago. She picked a Monday I couldn't schedule, but I haven't heard back from either one. I haven't heard back from her, and I haven't heard at all.
It's pretty crazy because it's like we don't even have, I don't know, multiple centuries old Neo-Confucianism that is causing the fucking plane to fall apart, okay? Like, where did we get this cultural attitude? How did this happen? We don't even have Neo-Confucianism as a formative belief.
All from Mr. Patel.
Senator Thune yesterday suggested that perhaps some Democrats aren't responding to Trump nominees who are reaching out for meetings.
It's not true in my office. There's one conflict on Monday. I expected her to come back with an alternative date, but she's not yet. 100 senators.
Senator, in the CR, members are giving themselves a pay raise. Do you guys deserve a pay raise?
Well, that's news to me. It's good news. You know, what has it been, 10 years or 14 years and no COLA, no change at all? I think it's about time something's done.
You support giving yourselves a...
My man said COLA. Finally. Hey, no fucking COLA for you if you're a minimum wage worker, bitch. No COLA for you. COLA is cost of living adjustment, chatters, for those of you who don't know. COLA for me, not for you. Healthcare for me, not for you.
Know what it is. How would I not know about a pay raise?
But I mean, people look at the performance of Congress and say, why should we give them more money?
What about the media? Think about that for a second.
And we're not paid by public money.
I know you're not, but I mean, half of your listeners are not there anymore. You're still getting the same paycheck? What's going on?
Well, I mean, your taxpayer money. I mean, you guys deserve a raise.
Let me tell you, I think that men and women serving in Congress, House and Senate, by and large, are hardworking, principled people and deserve to be adequately compensated. And no COLA for 10 years plus is inexcusable.
Is it a little concerning that you didn't know that that was in the bill and you guys are expected to vote on it by the end of the week? There's a lot of other things, 1,500 pages in this bill.
How much is the bill?
I think it could go up to 246,000, I believe.
You guys there?
Now, over 60% of the American people think they're personally better off than they were before. But they think the economy is worse off overall. They think the country's worse off.
But the thing that
Brandon went on More Perfect Union, by the way. What? I'm confused why you don't drink your leftover Coke. No, you're not buying it anymore. You already bought it. You know, BDS all the way. No, because then it's like promoting it. Also, people don't know that I bought the Coke before it got on the BDS list, so they'll yell at me regardless.
I think it's because I'm wrestling.
All right, let's watch what More Perfect Union.
With that same question, Mr. President, I know you are too. Why are people still feeling an unease about an economy that clearly has macroeconomic indicators improving?
It's just beginning to sink in, but I think that it's hard to tell someone about the hundreds of thousands of jobs that are created with the CHIPS and Science Act when they haven't seen it yet.
As debates rage about Joe Biden's economic legacy, I wanted to sit down with the president himself to understand it. What was the vision behind Joe Biden's agenda? What did it deliver for working class Americans? And where does the president himself feel like it didn't go far enough?
Mr. President, over the period of your life, I feel like there's been a change in CEO culture. I'm wondering about your observations of it, because I feel like, you know, when you were growing up, my impression is that if you were a major business leader, you cared more about your workers, but we've gotten to a place that it feels that this shareholder profit being the only be-all, end-all in the stock price is the way in which CEOs think about.
Some stuff like this kind of make me think about, I mean, I really like More Perfect Union, and I really think that they're a valuable resource. But I like Faiz, like he's great, but that attitude is like I don't expect him to be like a fucking card carrying commie in front of Joe Biden. But that's crazy, like. You don't have to fucking, I don't know, you don't have to make it seem like there's just like cultural narrative shift, an attitude shift among CEOs. Like it's obvious that it's half a century of deregulation. It has nothing to do with it has nothing to do with CEOs at all. I mean, the culture at all.
Businesses, and I wonder if, you know, from your observation dealing with CEOs a lot, what do you have to say about CEO culture in America?
Well, that's how they get compensated. The stock price goes up, their salary goes up. I think the company.
Okay, well,
the Supreme.
Sorry, he's no longer going to be president soon. I can't fucking sit through a hubba bubba. Bro really said a hubba bubba. First couple of seconds, I thought maybe he can put together a fucking reasonable narrative. Nope.
Supreme Court is set to hear arguments over a law that would ban TikTok if it's not sold to an American
Trump
company.
is gonna protect
The
TikTok.
move comes after TikTok filed
Trump is going to protect TikTok. He's my goat. He's the president. Too big to rig. Trump 2024. Trump 2028.
an emergency appeal asking the court to block the law. ABC's Elizabeth Schulze is following the late-breaking details for us. Elizabeth, how major of a development is this, and what can we expect when the Supreme Court takes up the case?
This is an expedited timeline for this case, Phil, where the Supreme Court says it will hear arguments over this TikTok ban on January 10th, and that is just 9 days before the federal ban is set to take effect. Now, notably, in this very short order that we got today from the Supreme Court, they say that they're going to be hearing really the merits of this case. They're going to be hearing arguments over whether the ban itself is constitutional. TikTok has, of course, argued that it's not, so they're going to be rehearing what the lower court in D.C. already said the TikTok ban stands. So this is a very quick timeline for a decision like this. We don't know, Phil, at this point, if the Supreme Court would come out with any sort of decision before the ban is set to take effect within just 9 days of that. So as of now, high stakes hearing, no doubt about it, on a Friday, which is also rare for the Supreme Court on January 10th.
Right, something you'll be watching for us as well. Elizabeth, before you go, I just want to talk about the Fed quickly. Where we could see another.
Because if this dude sums up my feelings on the TikTok ban.
TikTok's really about to be banned this time. I'm going to start saying how I really fucking feel. I might lose followers for what I'm about to say, but I want y'all to listen close, because I'm going to say this shit with my whole fucking chest this time. Y'all ready? The United States government, who historically can't agree on a fucking thing, agreed on banning an app before they ever did a single fucking thing to help stop your kids from getting killed in their fucking classrooms. And I'm going to double down on that shit. Y'all thought I was done? Fuck nah. If as many CEOs got shot and killed in this country as kids who get shot and killed in their fucking schools, then the government might actually fucking do something about it. Let that one fucking marinate. National fucking security risk? Yeah, fucking right.
Hey mom, the world's kind of fucked up, and I really didn't think that I'd be saying this much, but I guess being happy is just easier said than done. Well, hey mom.
God damn. This guy's from 50 minutes south of me. He isn't exactly who I would call a unifying person. I mean, he was spitting there, though. The threat to ban TikTok arose because young people were being radicalized by the genocide in Gaza, but TikTok changed its algorithm on that. Young people voted for Trump, and Israel's getting everything it wants. So there's no need to ban TikTok anymore. Yeah. I think that is like somewhat reductive, but I think more importantly, TikTok played ball. Trump is such a goddamn simpleton that TikTok was like, yeah, we'll give Charlie Kirk 5 million followers. That's it. And then Trump was like, well, I like TikTok. It helped me win. TikTok ban reversal, and she's coming to the inauguration, dude. He's China pilled. He's doing it. My goat.
Round of interest rate cuts today. What are you expecting to see?
Yeah, we're here at the Fed where they are expected to cut interest rates by a.
Yeah, of course Xi turned it down, bro. What the fuck? I turned it down too. I'm not going to the fucking hornet's nest. You crazy?
a quarter of a percentage point. This is going to be likely the third rate cut in a row, which means lower borrowing costs for households and for businesses. But the really important factor here today is, what does the Fed say about rate cuts going into next year? The expectation is that they would do 4 more of these interest rate cuts. The rates would gradually come down over next year. And now looks like inflation is a little bit higher than the Federal Reserve and households economists had expected. The Fed might delay some of those rate cuts, which means for households, for businesses, maybe those borrowing costs won't come down as fast. So we're going to be looking really closely at what the Fed's forecast is and what the Fed chair says about the outlook for next year. Also some big wild cards, Phil, when it comes to what policy will look like under President-elect Trump and how that could affect inflation in the economy when you think about policy like taxes and tariffs, too.
All right, a lot to watch today. Elizabeth Schulze, thanks so much.
All right, staying on Capitol Hill in a classified briefing, lawmakers met for more than 2 hours with government officials on those mysterious drone sightings. Officials are still trying to convince the public that there's nothing to see here. Tom Hasan has the latest.
I think one of the craziest parts about living in a fucking completely permanently busted housing market like Los Angeles, California, is watching the interest rates go up and assuming that under normal market conditions that would lead to housing prices going down because borrowing is less accessible now. And yet it has not lowered the price of houses even a little bit, and the housing prices are still going up. It's crazy. Turns out all these fucking assholes can just sit on their assets and wait it out until it's a seller's market again. And it's not just Los Angeles either. It's all around the country, it seems. I guess the only exception to that rule a little bit is, I don't know, newer markets that grew out of nowhere during the COVID panic moves, like the COVID panic migration that happened, especially when people thought that they could do remote. They could do like remote work. I assume maybe Austin, but even then, it doesn't feel like it. Not only have the housing market prices adjusted, but they're still going up. There's no motion in the right direction. There's only motion in the wrong direction.
In a closed meeting, members of the House Intelligence Committee were briefed Tuesday on the mysterious drone sightings in the Northeast. But after about 90 minutes, still there are questions left unanswered.
The takeaway for me was that the vast majority of the lights in the sky, according to these government officials, are manned aircraft. But again, show us the data.
The Pentagon confirmed the drone phenomenon is not part of any defense operations, adding that counter-drone technology has been added to 2 military bases in New Jersey, including a system known as drone busters.
Essentially, emits a signal which is able to interrupt the signal on the drone, which can affect its flight.
In a joint statement, the FAA, FBI, Department of Homeland Security, and Department of Defense say, "We have not identified anything anomalous and do not assess the activity to date to present a national security or public safety risk." With more than 1 million registered drones, the Federal Aviation Administration released this explainer video Tuesday.
During rush hour, there's an increase of cars on the roads. And similarly, there can be upticks in drone activity.
We met up with the Monmouth County Sheriff.
I fucking told you, dude. The inception point, like why this entire process started, is most likely because there are companies that are working on drone technology. Okay? And they had that shit fly over a bunch of places. People saw that and were like, oh my God, what the fuck is this? Then everybody else started believing that anything that they're seeing is a fucking alien or a drone from the Iranian mothership. Then they started pointing to like airplanes and thinking that's a drone. Then other people with drones also started flying their drones to investigate the other drones. And there you have it. But the way the agencies are handling it make it seem more mysterious than it is. Bro, they're not going to be like, hey, we have a public-private partnership with like 100 different companies that are in the process of manufacturing drones because the rest of our foreign adversaries are getting and foreign allies are getting a shit ton more experience in the field of drone warfare right now in places like Ukraine and places like Gaza. And we have to keep up with that by changing our procurement methods. And that's precisely why we brought in some of the worst inbred fucking tech CEOs you've ever goddamn seen, like Palmer Luckey, to be tasked with the new procurement strategies to make sure that America is still competitive in drone warfare. And yes, those guys also have a tendency to fucking cut corners and engage in unethical experimentation on a civilian population. That's precisely the reason why you're seeing a fuckload of weird ass, a fuckload of weird ass minivan sized drones flying around. They're not going to say that. But that's what it is. Bro, listen, I gave you this example when we were talking about this stuff over the weekend. I didn't vote for Waymo. Did you? I wasn't there when they were like, hey, we're going to have autonomous self-driving vehicles mass circulated throughout Los Angeles County. I wasn't there. And yet they're here. They have autonomous self-driving vehicles on the street. That is literally something that puts people's lives at risk. FSD. Did you vote to allow Tesla to be able to implement FSD in public streets? No. It still harms you, though. It still puts you in harm's way. So my point is this. Okay? It's not even about like being anti-Waymo. My point is we give a lot of allowances to our highest producers, specifically in the tech world. We let them experiment on the public without ever explaining it to people. Do you not understand? So if a local government or a state government is giving allowances for autonomous vehicles to drive on the streets alongside you without even asking you whether you think it's chill or not, why the fuck wouldn't they give $1 trillion to a bunch of different fucking drone companies? And then, yeah, they're experimenting on top of a civilian population. It's infinitely less dangerous than fucking Waymo. And this isn't like an indictment on autonomous self-driving vehicles or whatever. Like, I'm not trying to have this argument. I'm simply telling you that technically, allowing self-driving cars on the street is infinitely more dangerous in a very immediate, very tangible way than allowing fucking drones to fly over civilian territory, okay? The only reason why I'm bringing this up is because very clearly our politicians make those allowances. Now, if they do that for fucking Waymo, then they're going to do that for drones as well, is my point. Especially when the drone part of the conversation also dives into another sector, which even gets more bandwidth to do whatever the fuck they want. And that is defense. I think you forget a very important fact when you made up your theory the U.S. can't make commercial drones. What? Brother, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Sheriff's Office, who showed us this heat map tracking drone sightings.
The some concern are the visual confirmed sites by military and first responders. The bigger concern over that is we don't have any identification on any of it.
Federal security agencies say they have deployed drone detection technology to assist local agencies as the mystery about what's up in the sky continues.
And intelligence officials continue to stress that a majority of these drone sightings are a mix of lawful and sometimes registered drones and aircraft. The FAA says the Northeast Corridor is one of the most congested flight areas in the country. There's an average of 1,600 flights every day between 5 p.m. and midnight in New York and New Jersey alone, guys.
All right, Tom, thank you very much.
Developing overnight, a member of the House Intelligence Committee told CNN that based on the briefing that he'd received, the drones that people say they've been seeing over New Jersey are not anything nefarious and not part of any U.S. government operation. Overnight, President Biden weighed in for the first time.
That's crazy. I'm in the area affected by this crisis. There's a lot of misinfo being spread, including by Chapo. These might not be aliens, but the sightings are real. I will debate this on Discord. Oh my God, brother. I'm not saying that there aren't any fucking weird ass drones that are flying about. What can you debate on this? Like, what do you mean? I'm saying from day one, I've been saying, do I believe that there are defense contractors in this region that are currently or people that are working on drone technology? Absolutely. People saw that, and that was enough for them to go, this is crazy. Okay, this is crazy. What the fuck's going on? This is crazy. These are, what is this? Is it aliens? Is it drones? Is it China? And that's all it took for people to react in the way that they're doing and react in the way that they're reacting, where they're just like, something nefarious is afoot. I think it's a covert domestic program. Yes, I've seen the fucking TikToks as well. The idea that these are like radiation sniffing drones or whatever the fuck. Like, I don't know. Probably not. Especially because they're not exactly covert. You know what I mean? If they're trying to be covert, they're doing the worst job possible of being covert. Abiding by FAA restrictions with the red and green lights. Everybody knows they're around, and so much so that, like, they are covert. It only happens at night. It took the media 1 month to pick up on this. I don't know how to describe this to you, but I don't think the drones are going to stop. I hope you're not fearful. But, like, in the future, we're going to see even more drones. That's it. Like, we are literally going to see more drones. It's going to become an even more common part of our lives. That's it. It's just a part of technology. It's a part of technological advancement. I am in the Morris County area, and the drones murdered my parents and abducted my wife. Anyway, we're cooked.
Nothing nefarious, apparently, but they're checking it all out. I think it's just one. There's a lot of drones authorized up there. We're following them closely. So far, no sense of the danger.
Pretty clear the word nefarious has never been used this much on any other subject. But that aside, CNN's Pete Muntean traveled to New Jersey to investigate for himself.
We are on the lookout for drones with drones.
Dude, every single time, every piece of coverage on the drone shit has literally had a guy with a drone searching for drones, not realizing the inherent irony. I feel like I'm losing my mind. It's like, yeah, dude, you think there are other people who are also doing that? The answer is yes.
Where fears first took off, New Jersey. Ocean County Sheriff Sergeant Kevin Fennessy is one of about a dozen drone officers responding to calls and now tracking flights from inside this major crimes command center, now turned into a drone war room.
It's wild the amount of air traffic over New Jersey, and especially over Ocean County.
The sergeant says, sure, many of the calls the department gets are actually airplanes, helicopters, medevacs, planets, even stars. But they have seen things they just cannot explain. A sheriff's lookout drone tethered to the ground captured this video.
We had something coming at us, and as it's coming at us, it stops, it does like a 180 in the air and then drives away, and then comes back and does like a giant U around us. So that's not normal for aircraft.
So this is really happening?
We think so. It's definitely something that...
Dog, you have a drone. It's probably another guy with a drone. And you tell me that's not aliens? Yes, I'm telling you once again, I do not believe that these are aliens. I've mentioned my opinion on aliens so many times, bro. I think it's impossible to just claim that aliens do not exist. Okay, we do not know. It's impossible to know, and it's impossible to prove. I think given that the universe is virtually endless and expansive, that there's a very high likelihood that there are other living organisms out there. But I can talk about what I do believe. I can talk about what we can factor in. If a life form, an organism is coming from such a far part of this endlessly expansive universe that they are so technologically advanced and also probably very different than the way we understand organic matter, that it's not going to be a fucking drone, is my point. It's not going to... You won't be able to understand it. I don't even think you'll be able to factor in your senses when you try to comprehend what this thing looks like. I think the higher likelihood is not that it will be a humanoid with a pussy, okay? The higher likelihood is that it's something that you can't even comprehend with your normal senses. Like something that is interdimensional. Especially if it has the capacity to travel like multiple light years without losing its organic texture, I guess. That's it. And the other argument, obviously, is, what is it? The Fermi paradox? Is that what it's called? The other argument that I also am committed to is that it would be akin to a ant trying to comprehend what a microwave is. Not even that. Something far larger than that. Like, the technological differences are so vast that, like, they would not even see us as human beings. Like, they wouldn't see us as, like, unique individuals with lives worth preserving. We would be nothing more than a speck of dust, especially considering how advanced they would have to be technologically. So, I don't know. I don't know how to describe this to you, but I just don't think that they're going to fucking Iowa or New Jersey.
Whatever we're seeing, we can't figure out what it is.
The federal government reiterated Tuesday that the vast majority of purported drone sightings are, in fact, airplanes or drones flying legally with no threat to public safety. But don't say that to the folks on the Seaside Heights boardwalk who were not shy to tell me about what they have seen.
I think it's drones. Too many people have seen them to it not be real.
I haven't seen it. I do think it's legitimate, but I don't believe that nobody knows where they're coming from.
I haven't seen any legitimate drone sightings in this current flap around New Jersey.
Science writer and conspiracy expert Mick West investigates possible drone sightings and says that you can too.
If you get the details, the date, the time, and the location, you can actually look up what was in the sky at that point and look at what direction they were looking in, and you can see, that it was actually just a plane.
We're on the boardwalk, the sun is set, and the sky has really come alive. You can see almost why folks are reporting so many drone sightings. Off in the distance over the Atlantic Ocean there, I can see several planes. I'm corroborating here with the same app that they use over in the command center. This is called ADS-B Exchange, showing within about a 20-mile view planes broadcasting their position live. There's an Atlas Air cargo flight that just left not too far away from here, going out over the Atlantic Ocean.
I think they're aliens. They just haven't made it off their planet yet. First of all, if you were to even ever make the argument that any alien life form will ever visit planet Earth, considering the finite nature of how much time Earth has, they would have had to have left their home planets far before the Earth was ever formed. Okay? Considering that there is no traceable organic matter in anywhere that we can see, they would have had to move in the direction of Earth without Earth ever existing for them to even be like halfway through the process of getting to Earth. And even then, if such an advanced life form was capable of, traversing this distance, this time and space without like truly changing, okay, dying, whatever, they're not going to New Jersey. They're not. They're not going to Monmouth County to a fucking military base, dude. Not necessarily, actually. It only takes 300 million light years to cross our galaxy. What? Oh, dude, never mind. It's just like, that's a super short period of time. Only. You can put only in front of anything, I guess. And that's just crossing our galaxy. I'm gonna keep it $150, dude. I think we collapsed this entire project of humanity far before there's any fucking alien intervention, any alien life form that comes here. Whether they accidentally genocide us with the careless nature of a child stepping over an ant or not does not matter. This story in and of itself is further evidence that we are moving in the wrong direction. Okay? I'm not even talking about climate change. I'm talking about the pure stupidity. We are devolving every single day. We are literally devolving. To be fair, why wouldn't aliens go to Iowa or New Jersey? You say that as if the aliens know what those places are, just random funny places like you do. No, dude, they would go to Tokyo. You want to know why? Not because it's sick. Because it has the most it emits the most light. It's because it's the most population dense area. That's it. They would go to fucking New York City. They go to Tokyo. They go to London. They go to a place where there's like, where a place that is like crawling with life. Even if we are to assume that they're not interdimensional beings that transcend above our understanding of like what an organism is. It's always America. I wonder why. I'm not thinking about it like aliens are trying to go to the coolest place. Make no mistake. I'm just saying that, like, I assume that they would look at energy output, heat signatures, shit like that. Okay? They ain't going to fucking Iowa, all right? They're going to Shanghai. They're going to Shenzhen. They're going to Tokyo. They're going to New York. That is, even if we were able to see them and understand them. We have no idea what to assume they would look for. Bitch, what is there to look for in Iowa? Corn? Do you think the alien life forms are just desperate for some corn? Is that what you think? I'm just saying, I think it's very unlikely that organisms that like are beyond our normal comprehension that are so technologically superior to us that they see us as like not even ants, but a mere speck of dust, are going to be able to pinpoint with accuracy Iowa to build a fucking crop circle to terrify a goddamn farmer. Okay. Why do you think that's unlikely? What information are you basing that off of? Your own anthropocentric projections? No, you can't do that. That's my argument. That's my argument. I already think that any matter of imagination on aliens is absolutely anthropocentric. You can't do that. You're using my argument against me to make it seem like that's not my starting position. And that like aliens will be able to understand the distinction between Iowa and New York. And I don't think it's anthropocentric for them to understand the distinction between Iowa and New York. I'm saying that even within an anthropocentric framing, which I don't agree with to begin with, it still doesn't make sense for them to go to fucking Iowa. That's my point. I'm saying that I don't even have an anthropocentric projection on how aliens exist. Anyway, there's no point in doing this. Yeah, I think that it's fun to have this, to entertain this conversation.
Ocean. There's a Delta flight that's coming in over the Atlantic, turning north to go into JFK, and then another really bright light above those two. That is Jupiter. But it's the things that cannot be explained so easily that have folks here really concerned. Deputies like Kevin Fennessy hope the truth is still.
Whatever the objective, they're smarter, but they wouldn't go population dense areas at risk of being caught. Wait, what are we talking about? At risk of being caught? Dude, anything that can come here, think about it like this. We can't go there, okay? Which means that if they can come here, they are so technologically superior that there is no risk of being caught. Do you understand? If anything, they could already be here and you have no idea, and they just fucking snap themselves out of your comprehension. That's how technologically advanced they would be. Even if they were anthropocentric, okay? Even if they were like some kind of humanoid or have the understanding of a human being, okay? If they operate with similar moral quandaries, that they could just like literally have some kind of real-time camouflage where they could interact with you in real time and have you in real time not remember that experience, not form a thought, not be something that you can even understand you're talking to while you're talking to them, while there's other people around you that also cannot see them or understand that they're there and immediately forget that they exist, even in that real-time conversation. Do you ever think about the ant recognizing your presence? Does that ever take any time and space out of your day? No, you don't. You're like, there's probably bugs all around you right now you're not even thinking about. It's crazy. Brother, I'm so high I had to sit down and think about that last point. That's awesome.
Out there.
We're not drone hunters. We're just trying to see if we can figure out what's going on, where they're coming from.
Chatters will get mad at me for saying I can vibe out with a bear, but then think that they can vibe out with a being that is such a higher fucking point of existence that like you're not even an ant to them. Like, you think you can vibe an alien, dude? Are you fucking kidding me? That's infinitely less likely. I think this planet, as like a ball of energy, could not even vibe an alien per se or pique their interest. You're not even an ant in that consideration. You're like not even a proton, okay?
And try to put this to bed.
This morning, we're getting some new details from lawmakers who attended a classified briefing on the drone sightings over New Jersey. This is what they said after.
You know, there's a lot of rumor out there that this is radiation sniffing or chemical sniffing. This is not a federal government operation. We're very, very confident of that.
There's no imminent threat to public safety.
They haven't found anything that would indicate that there's foreign influence, foreign actors, or even little green men.
All right, with us now from New Jersey, Assemblywoman Dawn Fantasia. Not nefarious, not any kind of U.S. government operation, not any foreign threat. These are from people who were briefed on this by the intelligence.
You're just as dumb as them if you think you can talk an Amerifat out of their belief in aliens. I am, at the end of the day, an Amerifat. So, yes. While this might be a stupid endeavor to engage in, I will still try to engage in it because I'm also just that level of stupid.
Community, how satisfied are you with those answers?
Absolutely not satisfied. In the state of New Jersey, we have been witnessing this now going on week 5. And from a state legislative standpoint, 1 week ago today, we were...
I'm not even kidding. It's literally like this is yet another indication that America is on the verge of collapse, because this is yet another indication that America's on the verge of collapse because, like, this is a self-inflicted wound, okay? Instead of people looking up and seeing these, like, fat-ass fucking drones and being like, oh, well, I guess people are working on some new technology, we have decided to go with the second option, which is that there is world-changing events that are happening around me. Around me. I am still the center of this story. In fucking Monmouth County, New Jersey, I am the center of the universe, and it seems like it's either foreign adversaries that are looking at me and people around me in my neighborhood, or something even funnier than that, fucking aliens. Once again, little old me is at the center of the story. Okay? Deborah was wrong. Deborah was wrong to think that I am nothing. I am nothing but an ant. Okay? She was wrong to leave with the children. I am the center of the story. I am the center of the universe. And the Iranian mothership, I am the one who found it out. I'm the one who investigated. And I found it. And I have a secret. I know a secret that other stupid mere mortals can't comprehend. They can't contend with this. So many of the American collective hysteria can be reduced to American exceptionalism and American individualism. Okay? So much of that. It's just, not only am I in the center of the universe revolves around me. Okay? This is our modern, everyone in medieval times getting scared of Halley's Comet. Yeah. But the problem is, unlike medieval times, we do have, what is this? Can we watch a more fun?
Thousands of videos are being posted of...
What the fuck is Groovy Gavin investigating the New Jersey drones? Unlike medieval peasants, we understand what drones are. That's the problem. Medieval peasants had no scientific understanding of what, the fucking comet was or what it looked like. They did not have access to the internet, so they could investigate these matters further. They could not actually have readily available information in their pockets that in real time could beam them the truth if they chose to exercise a little bit of critical thinking. That's the major difference here. Like, we're not living in a time when, blood leeches will will be the cure to all medical issues. Okay. I hope, or perhaps mistakenly thought, that we had transcended beyond, understanding that germ theory is a part of this process. Like, it's just, well, I guess not, because fucking Pete Hegseth, who's about to be the defense secretary, doesn't believe in that. So, yeah, the average Americans, the average human being's mentality in the age of technology and space travel is still very much like a goddamn medieval peasant.
Drones in the sky over New Jersey.
I think we've seen about 40 or 50 of these drones.
That's not a plane. The government doesn't know what's going on.
What is going on in New Jersey?
We just don't know.
What the heck is going on?
The FBI is investigating them, and they don't know.
What is another Ayup Lovely banger? What is this? Bit rich for Americans to start thinking drones are bad and scary. Now they're hovering over their gardens instead of blowing up a school in Somalia. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, a little bit of that own medicine coming back. How do you like that taste?
What they are.
Nobody knows what these things are. Now I'm worried. They can't track them.
What? Dude, Neil deGrasse Tyson is basically the number one actually motherfucker on the planet. For him to turn around and be like, oh, I don't know what these things are. There's no logical through line here. Like, for him to farm the dullards is crazy. It has to be out of context because he does this shit for everything. He is Mr. Actually. How the fuck are you not going to hit this with an actually? There's no way.
They know that they don't emit a signal.
They don't know anything.
They put out the bat signal for Mr. Actually on CNN, and he went on and was like, oh, yeah, there's no logical explanation for this. I don't know. Maybe aliens.
You don't know what it is?
So I'm gonna talk to people, go to where these drones have apparently crashed, try to see them for myself, and figure out what is actually going on in New Jersey.
So right behind me is Morris County. This is where the first actually reported sighting of these drones took place by the FAA. Apparently there have been sightings as recently as last night.
The FBI is investigating these mysterious drone sightings in Morris County. Residents say they've been appearing more frequently in recent weeks, and tonight many people want to know exactly where they're coming from.
The first thing I want to do is ask people in this town specifically if they've seen these drones. Excuse me, have you guys seen the drones in New Jersey? Have you heard about that stuff?
All right, going forward, I'm only interacting with the world through Tyler Oliveira style content creators. I've decided. Okay? I've decided that the only way in order to understand the mindset of the average American, you must now have a media diet that is closer to the average American. Okay? This is it. This is the future of media. This is what the democratization of media looks like, by the way. All right? And it's even one step further than this. It's even worse than this because this guy actually went there, okay, and asked random people and harassed random people on the street about drone warfare or whatever the fuck. The worst version of this is for Generation Alpha, which is not even that, but simply a random guy sitting on a toilet being like, I'm actually a drone expert with 15 and a half years of credentialed, defense contractors. I have the highest security clearance on drone warfare. And let me tell you, actually, what's happening in New Jersey is terrifying. Okay. It's terrifying. It's actually drones that are sniffing nuclear radioactive material, and they're working in collaboration with China. But also, not only are they working in collaboration with China, they're working in collaboration with aliens from China. That's right. Aliens actually landed in China a long time ago, and that's the reason why they were able to destroy destroy the metrics of global poverty. They were able to bring people out. Otherwise, how else could they have caught up to Western technology? Aliens are working with China, and they're now drone testing on American soil. That's the guy. That's like the 3-minute video that you watch, a vertical format video that you watch and immediately make your mind on.
I've not seen them, no. No.
What do you believe they are?
Have no idea.
No idea?
I don't want to know.
Oh yeah, I saw one over Whole Foods. The one above the school that we're at. That's,
really?
That's about it. They didn't see anything more than just recreational drones, so what I've seen.
Really? Okay, interesting.
I mean, maybe I'm not seeing the same drones that you guys are seeing.
Yeah, so maybe some dude with like a lot of money.
Yeah.
Bro, nobody cares. We could be getting invaded by aliens. Everybody's like...
He almost shot one down the other day. Yep. He's a Marine. He's ready to take him out.
Yeah.
Oh no. Bro's got the 500 yards stare. Oh no. Oh my God. We're so this video is amazing.
The government.
Our government or a different government?
It can't be another government, guys. It can't be another government. We're America, bro.
I saw one last night.
Last night?
I think it was a plane.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are just seeing planes. What like color was it?
It was multicolored like a plane, green lights, red lights.
So here's a little bit of the problem. Planes, I believe on the right wing have a red flashing light, left wing have a green flashing light, and then on the back I think it's like white or front. The problem is drones also have a red and green light. Like, drones just have that. My drone, I think, has a red and green light. I should start flying my drone. Guys, do you see that? That'd actually be so funny. It's following me. It's like chasing me down the road.
Regular people weren't knowing much, so I decided to talk to some officers.
We're making a video about like the drones in New Jersey. I was wondering if you know much about them or know anything about them.
They're not good. I'm just a patrol officer, man.
Oh, okay. All good. You don't know if they're investigating them or anything?
As far as we're aware, you got the prosecutor's office, you got above that, state police, you got federal agencies that are looking into it, but they haven't disseminated anything down to my level.
Oh, good. Thank you.
That's it, man. Good luck finding answers.
We're just making a video about the New Jersey drones. I was wondering if you know much about it. I have no comment. No comment? Nothing you can tell us? You guys aren't investigating it or anything, or can't say anything?
You guys know exactly what we know.
Oh, okay.
Pretty much we're working with, our federal partners and with our county and state partners as well.
He knows something that's shady. What does he know? He knows something, and he's keeping it a secret.
Do you have any personal opinion on it? No personal opinion. All right. All right, well, thank you, man. We did talk to some other officers that was in a little bit of a different county, and they basically told us that they are getting a ton of calls of reported sightings, and they stopped going to these calls because almost every time they are planes. That's interesting. Anytime you see an alien, Bigfoot, a ghost, call the ghost edgers.
We'll protect you.
Merch coming out soon. Good plug.
There were multiple drone hotspots we were going to go to. One where the most clear video of a drone was taken and determined by an expert to not be a plane. Then where one apparently crashed this morning. And then we were going to meet up with someone who got a video of these drones. But for now, we went to where this video was taken.
Whoa. Wait, dude, I can't tell. There's a lot of stuff in the sky. Oh, there's like a bunch of weird shit on there. I can't tell, dude. Like, when I zoom in, they just look like orange dots. I think we're just somewhat near an airport. So, like, okay, that's definitely a plane. I can see the green and red clearly on the left and right wing. That's a plane, I believe. That's a plane. Damn, this is the clearest video I got of a plane. So you can see really well on this. Right wing, green, left wing, red. And then there's like I think that's a star. This.
Are you taking photos of the drones?
Yeah, have you seen any drones? Yeah. I can't tell if they're airplanes or drones.
If they're flashing red and like white, it's a drone.
You guys have seen a lot?
Yeah.
What do you think they are?
My dad's uncle is like a chief of police. They're coming from.
Oh. Wow.
They're coming like through the Atlantic Ocean.
Really?
Trump might like tell the army to shoot them down now.
Oh shoot.
They're not hard.
Thank you. Those two, I don't know if those are stars. Those might be drones. Look how many is on the screen at once right now. Look at this, Ethan. There's 1, 2, 3.
I don't know what to say anymore, man. Is it worth it? Is political commentary worth it? Is trying to instill class consciousness in the United States of America worth it? I feel like this is a foolhardy endeavor. This is a project destined for failure. I think. I don't know.
3, 4, 5, 6. I don't think all of those are planes. I don't think all of those are planes. I'm gonna say it. I might sound crazy. I might look crazy. I might be crazy. That's it. Yeah, we need one to like literally like be spying on us. Maybe like, what do they want to spy on? Vape the drones. We got all the goth girls right here. Don't look over here.
So right after recording this, I saw a TikTok about a crashed drone just 40 minutes from where I was. So naturally, I headed up there as quick as possible before going to the other two spots, and at the end of this video, calling someone who served in the Air Force for 25 years and has worked with a lot of drones and airplanes.
A major response from authorities that could be related to an incident involving a drone. It is happening in Hillsborough, New Jersey.
Yeah, Bianca, I talked to several people who tell us they heard a drone crash somewhere behind where I'm standing.
Hey, I got a weird question for you. Have you heard about the drones in New Jersey?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you know if there was a crash near here? I saw a video of it.
They said that there was, but now the township is saying there isn't.
Really?
Hazmat. It's over by Lowe's, my car.
Over by Lowe's? Yeah. Yo, have you guys seen a drone around here?
Not tonight yet, but I saw like 40 of them last night.
Dead in this town, just like
40 of them, like shit.
Where at?
Literally, dude, they were just everywhere. So like, I live probably 10 minutes that way.
Okay.
But they were definitely just going across the sky and like random.
We heard there was a crash one over here.
It was by the Lowe's.
By the Lowe's? Do you know if it's anything still there or not?
I'm assuming they picked it up and crashed at like 7:30. They said.
7:30 this morning? Oh, okay.
They said they stopped the investigation at 12, which was bullshit. I'm pretty sure they just found it and took it.
Yeah. Interesting. All right. Thank you so much. You too. The Lowe's workers went 100% now if they were here in the morning because he said until 12. They were there until 12. Dude, I feel like the opposite of Nikocado avocado. I'm 2 steps behind, bro.
I mean, this guy's at least kind of funny.
That was pretty low.
You looking for them too?
Yeah.
Did you hear about?
I think one of the funniest parts about this is that even if they were to find like one of these suspicious drones that's like low flying enough that they can see it and it's the size of a minivan or whatever, which would be like this is like what is causing people to panic. That still is most likely some private contractor that's experimenting. You know what I mean? That's like doing flight tests. So even the most interesting part about this, there is like obviously a reasonable explanation for it. I think the real story here that I've been repeating from the jump is how much panic and collective hysteria has happened in such a short time frame. Like that is actually the unique approach to the story. That is what's unique about it, is that like we're having satanic panics in infinitely shorter cycles now with the mass availability of the internet and media and the shortened attention spans. Like I think we reach like peak collective psychosis in a significantly shorter period of time nowadays with a lot less.
Hear about the crash here?
It happened right over here somewhere.
Yeah, do you know exactly where? Or we were trying to figure.
That's what I was gonna go in there. I was gonna go get something and ask them if it really,
Dude, that's what we're doing too.
This is crazy, bro. They don't care.
Have you seen a lot?
All night, every
Wow.
night for the past 6 nights, and I never get good footage. Right?
It's really hard to. You can't zoom in at all, especially at night. That's why.
They say that they don't know what these things are, but sure enough.
Oh, that's really bright.
Anytime you look outside,
and it's so shitty,
there
but,
it is
but
right there, right? Freaking drone.
crazy, right?
Insane. Would you ever happen to be here when the crash happened outside?
We can't have any of the cameras or anything in store. We can
No
have
cameras?
somebody yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately, they're gonna get in
Here,
trouble
just
if I
put
talk
it
to you
down.
guys.
All good. Would you be able to show us where at all?
You can contact corporate, and you can
Okay.
ask them any questions.
Okay.
Yeah, corporate's definitely gonna be helpful.
But
you can't say anything?
I don't see anything outside.
Okay. Nothing off camera? You can't show us? Okay.
No.
All good.
Yeah, you guys have to contact corporate.
Okay.
If you watch this guy, you are part of the problem. Why we have Trump, you fucking idiots. Fuck you all. Man, calm down, dude. Please. It's going to be okay.
Well, there. Hey, super random question. Would you happen to know anything about the drone crash that happened outside here?
Earlier today, there was lots of cars, lots of trucks, a lot of EMS stuff, fire trucks and shit, but I think they officially said nothing.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well,
that's what I heard. I don't know.
Yeah.
Man. It's hard to say, you know?
Yeah.
No, I saw it on the next door app and that was about it.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah. Did you hear about it? Where the crash was?
Here and in Bridgewater. No,
Oh, there were two.
It's actually 3. It's just, nutty because they're coming over in waves right over top of my house. See them? And they're coming straight across, going right there.
It is so odd.
They're so loud.
I wonder what government it is.
It's the United States, but they're probably there protecting us because maybe another country's like, we're going to come get you. And see how high they are? And they could probably see your shoelaces from up there. You know what I'm saying?
No,
I'm just
not
saying.
my shoelace.
Yeah. It's cool though. All right.
Nice to meet you.
Nice talking to you.
Confusing thing is, I'm gonna be real. These all do look like planes. Everything he pointed at looked like a plane. I think everything he pointed at was a plane. But also, every single local we've talked to is like, there's not this many planes. And also, like, I personally have never seen this many planes in my life. There's been a few times where it's like within the span of like 10 minutes we've seen.
Okay. That is because you're looking up and expecting something to be afoot. That's it. That's it. That is the only reason. It's because nobody looks up. Okay? And I think I have an even more shocking announcement. Due to light pollution, there is so much up there that you don't even see. So if you were to go somewhere that's like completely shrouded in darkness and you looked up, you would see even more scary things up there. Lights, sources of light by the millions. Okay? It's crazy. Look up the traffic at this airport too. Matter of fact, let's look live. It's crazy busy. Yeah, I know. Of course.
Seen like 40 to 50 planes.
Yeah.
Like the one thing that's like, okay, maybe that makes sense is it's like New York, New Jersey, New Hampshire, all those are really, there's tons of airports really close to each other, even more so than Los Angeles, I think. Okay, but and then that one guy texted me that we met up in there. He said, I just spoke to a guy. He told me that whatever it was in the pond. I think it's right by the parking lot, but he said he couldn't say anything else. Okay, let's go look over there. Dude, imagine we see like a alien head pop out. So apparently this is where the drone crashed. Even though all the pictures and everything was over there. There's no way they didn't find anything, right? I'm not crazy for saying that, right? If 5 police trucks or 5 fire trucks came over here and there were people in hazmat suits.
What do you mean? It was a down drone. Of course. What the fuck? Not only was it a down drone, but it was a down drone at a time when there was a tremendous amount of public interest surrounding drones. Yeah, they're going to try to fucking put a security cordon around a possible fire that could take place. What the fuck? By the way, I never even saw the drone. I just saw the firefighters in that quad. Like, they never even show the potential drone. Like, even in the helicopter footage, like, you can't even see anything.
And they didn't find anything? Well, why were they here? Why did they come here? It had to be something.
This seemed like a dead end. We didn't know what we were looking at this guy. The FBI claimed this crash was nothing, so we went to meet up with a man that was pretty convinced he was seeing drones or something in the sky. And after that, we would finally hopefully get some answers from someone who worked in the Air Force with many drones.
Right now we're driving to meet up with Zach, kind of in the middle of nowhere in New Jersey. But there is like lights everywhere. Like an abnormal amount of planes, I feel like. What I will say is the guy we're going to visit right now, it was not a plane that he saw, because it was like it was flashing like weird colors.
So this guy's was not a plane at the very least.
I'm Zach Austin. The video that kind of started this all was we were up at the farm, which I'll take you guys to. Light coming, and it was just low, and I have never seen a plane like that over there, and I just had this weird feeling that it wasn't a plane, and so I pulled out my camera, and then it kind of like turned towards me, and that's in the video. I go, whoa.
Yeah.
I had this feeling that I was like, whoa, is this like contact? Like, is this the real deal? And it like kind of really freaked me out. But then I was like, oh, it's probably just a plane, because it had that motor sound.
Mm-hmm.
And then 2 weeks later, I think it was, that was November 14th. Then I started hearing about these drones, and I saw images of them, and I was like,